Alohu. Shadala Henu Malaya Botenu. Abiara Mabias Kakwabiako. Atakwados, where Shemeka Kwados, Baru Shemeka Lolam Maye. Where Shamba Bene Israel El Shabbat Lasso El Shabbat Le Doro Tambari Ola. Beni Bene Israel Otilola. Kisha Shayam Masa El Shaddai Where Shamayim. Where Ta'ades Ubayom Mashvi Shabbat Why not Fash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Ulok Lolam Ma'eh. Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto Lolam Ma'eh. Baruch Kabor Lohim Min Kumor Melech Elyon. Haluhu Lolam Ma'eh. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work was perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right as he may be seen. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Now, we learn the ways of God. We learn the ways of God, and we learn how to fear God by reading.
Right.
All right? This is how you learn the ways of God, by reading and applying. This is how you learn to fear God, by reading and being afraid to violate the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God. So therefore, when you are following the ways of God and learn about the ways of God to fulfill his laws and his commandments and the statutes, we can't be selfish. To be selfish, you can't serve God. You understand that? Listen here. It says the Creator, the Lord created man of the earth. He created Adam from the earth. God created Adam from the earth. His first, look, all right? Fashioned him with his hands. Created Adam, right? There was no life before Adam. Get that out of your mind. There was no other woman there with Adam, all right? And turned him into it again. Why did God have to return him back to the earth? Because of iniquity. God gave him a commandment and told him, don't eat of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. But the tree that's in the midst of the garden, he said, don't eat from it, neither shall he touch it. And the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. From that day forward, we all have evil in us. We all have wickedness in us. Now, let me explain something to you, man. We got to stop categorizing or determining what is wicked or what is evil according to your mindset. We got to stop that, man. We got to stop categorizing and determining what is evil according to your mind. Because according to how you think doesn't count. You hear that? How we think don't count with God. The only thing that counts is how God thinks. And now we have to correlate our thinking according to the thinking of God by reading the book and applying. So therefore, go ahead, right? It said, and he gave them few days and a short time and power also over the things therein. We ain't living long no more. A few days. And God gave man power over his creations. That's why we're still able to have zoos and cages and hold animals and catch birds and all that, because God gave us the power to hold these things, to have rulership over these things. Okay? He said he endued them with strength by them. He endued them with strength by themselves, and made them according to his image. According to whose image? According to God's image. According to the Most High's image. Right? and put the fear of man upon all flesh and gave him dominion over beasts and fowls. Right? I'm going to skip a certain part. I want to get to this part here. Right? I'm going to skip to that. I'm in Ecclesiastes chapter 17, verse 8. He said, he set his eye upon their heart. That's the creator. Nobody knows your heart better than God. Nobody knows my heart better than God. You can only make a conclusion, or you can only voice your opinion according to what the person has been showing you. Whatever I showed you, whatever I did for you, that's how you determine a person's character or how the person feel or if the person care or love you. Not according to your mindset, the figmentation of your own mind told you differently with no proof. That's not godly. I said, that's not godly. And now you have people that don't know who God is, don't know nothing about God, want to explain and tell you what is evil or what they think is evil, what they think is good. Okay? He said he gave them to glory in his marvelous acts forever, that they might declare his works with understanding. And the elect shall praise his name. Who's the elect? The chosen ones. I said the elect is the chosen ones, the ones that God chose. Now, God is not going to choose. I'm in Ecclesiastes chapter 17, verse 10. God is very selective with who we choose. It takes a certain type of person for God to choose you. That's right. Okay? God don't choose and accept everybody. That's right. Okay? God is not accepting the world. God is not accepting everybody. The number one way of getting rid of iniquity is to stop. If you honor your father, that has to coincide with you stopping. And your mother. If you honor your father, the reason why I just said father, because of course you got to honor your mom automatically. But the reason why I just specified on the father, because in Ecclesiastes 3, it states that the honoring of your father makes atonement for iniquities. The honoring of your mother, you still a treasure. So that's why I emphasize on the father. But by all means, honor your mother also. But again, just by honoring your father is not going to relinquish no sins. I can't continue to steal and just honor my father and think the sin's going to go. I can't commit adultery and then honor my father and think that's going to go. Right. I can't deceive you and then honor my father and think that's going to go. A lot of people say right. Huh? You can't honor your father and go against God's laws. It goes together, man. It goes together. It goes together. It goes together. One, that's not going to work without the other, man. That's not going to work without the other. So it said, and the elect shall praise his holy name. Besides this, now, this is the ones that God has chose. How do God choose his people? How do God choose people? Number one, and I've been saying this, and I heard it again this morning, right? God did not get angry with the nation because of their laws that they broke. They didn't break no law. They didn't steal. They didn't rob. They didn't violate these laws. You know what God kept telling them over and over? He said, amend your ways. And those are the things that we need to change within ourselves. And the only way to change our ways, you got to read. God ain't tell King to do nothing else but read. Because when you read, then and only then you will learn to fear God. Then and only then you will learn the ways of God so that you can put it to yourself and put it into action and start applying it to yourself. But when you start doing these things, the wicked ones, you got to be evil and wicked not to see a person trying or pushing for God to do what is lawful and right because you feel offended. You must feel offended, but God said it. God said it's no offensive and nothing. There's no offensive in that. You know why? You know why? We're gonna get there. I'm gonna show you why. He said he made an everlasting covenant, an everlasting agreement with them, and showed them his judgments. Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory. When the creator of God came down and incinerated the whole mountain, that was the majesty of God's glory. When the cloud came down and covered the entrance of the tabernacle, that was the majesty of God's glory. Okay? And their eyes and their ears heard his glorious voice. And he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness. Don't be selective with wrong. Don't be selective with the things that is unlawful. I do this, but I could do that. No. I do that. No. Don't be selective. No. Okay? I said, and he gave every man commandments concerning his neighbor. I'm going to stop right there. And we're going to go to Numbers 15. All right? So go to Numbers 15, because I ain't going no more. I said, God said he gave commandments, every man commandments concerning his neighbor. So if God gave us commandments concerning each other, how I should treat you and how you should treat me, then how can a person have sociopathic behavior? How? I don't know about you, but we are supposed to consider of how we treat people, guess what? According to the standards of God. I said according to the standards of God. And if I'm not treating you according to the standards of God, now you can say the person has sociopathic behavior. But if I'm treating you according to the standards of God and I ain't violating no sins and no iniquity, how you going to say a person has sociopathic behavior? How? You know what that means? But before we do that, listen to this. Before we can do this, we must regard God first. These people talking about, and you don't even regard God. So how you going to regard somebody else? You got to regard how God feels. So how you going to regard somebody else? Yeah. Huh? Sociopathic behavior is what? When a person shows no regard for rights and wrong. What is right and what is wrong? According to what God said is right and wrong. Huh? And when you consider you're right, and when you see that you're right, or when you see that you're wrong, you got to be able to fess up and say, I'm wrong. But don't tell me I'm wrong and I ain't violating no law. Don't say the person is wrong and he ain't violating no law, right? And ignores the rights and feelings of others. I can't ignore your feelings and how you feel towards certain situations. That's not even dealing with law. That's just considering your neighbor on a wide spectrum. I won't do this and this and this because I don't want to offend this person. That's right. I won't do this and this and this because I don't want to offend that person. That's right. But people's terminology about what is good and what is evil is misconstrued. It's all twisted. It's all twisted. I don't know about you or about us, but I read the law and I read the book to change my ways, my way of thinking, and that's how this is what we all supposed to be doing on a wide spectrum. We all must continue to read this book so that we can change our mind frame, our mindset, how we think, our ways, our behavior. That's why we read the book. Because you can only tell a person if he hates you, if he showed hatred. God said, don't hate the Egyptians. No matter what the Egyptians did to the nation of Israel, God said, don't hate them. Learn the ways of God. You want to know why? You want to know why God said don't hate them? He said, because you lived in their land. But you take people in your house, accept them in your house, and then the person turn around and say you hate them. What's wrong with people, man? What's wrong with people? That right there stands above everything. That's why God said, don't hate them. He said, I will accept the Egyptians in their third generation. But people don't read the book, man. People don't read the book, and they following after the ways, and they don't have the mind frame. They don't have the mindset to do these laws. You can't have a hedonistic mentality. Can't
think like the world.
Okay? You can't have a hedonistic mentality. You understand that?
Can't think like
because when you have a hedonistic mentality, you can't serve God. I said, you can't serve God. Let's go to Numbers 15. Let's read it.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come into the land of your habitations, which I give unto you.
No, I'm sorry. Numbers 15, verse 27. Numbers chapter 15, verse 27.
And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first
Nobody
year.
sins through ignorance.
No,
there is nobody that is sinning through ignorance. Not today. You know why? Because we all have good and evil in us. We have both in us. And we know when we are doing wrong.
No right from wrong.
And we know when we're doing right. All right? We know these things. You know what the problem is? The problem is that we don't care. Yep. Sin through ignorance. The word for ignorance is shagah. Means to sin in error, inadvertence, unintentional. We don't sin in error, man. There's no mistakes when you profane the Sabbath day. There's no mistakes when you go and steal. You know what you're doing is wrong, but you still do it. Why? Because we don't regard the feelings of God. We don't regard the feelings of God. We want God to regard you. Even though we don't regard God, you want God to consider you. And then you write up a prayer and you pray. Send up all these prayers. And God hearken to your prayers. And deliver you out of what? And answer your prayers. But you know what we do? We turn around and defecate on God's law.
That's right.
After we done finished praying and God grant you whatever you was asking him for, we turn around and defecate on God.
Backwards.
The first one you defecate is the one that showed you who God was. That's the first one you defecate on because you don't know God. You don't know God. I said you don't know God, man. But people is still on the undecided. They're undecided. They're undecided and they're still in between. Their past and the future. You know what's their past? Your past is how you lived before. The future is the one that showed you who God was. You're still riding the fence and you're having a hard time to come on over. Like I said last week, you're having a hard time to walk through that door. You ain't walk through the door. You won't leg over. You won't pass through and come full-fledged to the Creator. You know what murder is? Do we know what murder means? Murder is when you take a life unjustifiably according to the laws of God. There was a certain situation where a brother approached another brother and told him, hey, listen, the nation, these people is coming after you. They're coming after you to take your life. They're on the way right now. Give me the go-ahead and I will take them out for you. You can't sit down and turn your back and allow this person that wants to take your life without you doing something. No, God don't approve of that. God don't approve of that. You better protect yourself. You better defend yourself. That's not murder. That's not murder. Learn the book and understand what the book means when you read it. Let's read.
And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinned ignorantly. When he sinned by
And the
ignorance,
priest shall make him what?
make an
An
atonement.
atonement. We don't have any more priests. There are no more priests. There are no more high priests to make no atonement, to make an atonement for our iniquities. Huh? So you know what happens now? All we do is burden our spirit. Our spirit gets burdened. Not the physical, but the spirit, each and every one of our spirits gets burdened with the amount of sins that we do against God. And because we burden ourselves by committing these iniquities, we pull ourselves away from God. Little by little, you are going to go back to your lifestyle from whence you came. Little by little. May not be now, because you don't got the strength to hold. You know what the strength is? You know what the strength is? Grab a hold of God's strength. Those laws, commandments, and statutes is what we got to grab a hold of. Because I told you it's a tug of war. You ever had a tug of war before? One person on the one side, one person on the other side, and the each side is pulling. Whatever side is stronger, going to pull you over. Sin is stronger. Wickedness is stronger. Righteousness is not as strong as in the book before, back in the days. It's not as strong. Evil and wickedness is stronger. And by you staying away from the laws and the commandments of God, by you staying away from the strength, like my father used to say, he said, stick around. He said, suck every bit of strength from me while I'm here, because when I'm gone, you ain't gonna have nobody to suck no strength from. So the one that showed you who God was, that's the strength. That's your strength. Your strength is not in God because you don't know God. You don't know God, man. Let's read.
And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinned ignorantly.
The priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinned ignorantly. Read.
When he sinned by ignorance before the Lord, to make an atonement for him, it shall be forgiven him. Ye shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourn among them. But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously.
But the soul that does aught presumptuously. What does presumptuously means? The word presumptuously is what? Beyad Rama. Beyad Rama means a high hand. What is a high hand? A high hand means what? Having or showing no regard for God or the rights or concerns or feelings of others. That sound like a person that has sociopathic behavior? First, before you regard someone else, you got to regard how God feels, so that I don't violate God's law and offend the person. But people just talk stupidness out the side of their head. Huh? Now, it goes into what? Arbitrary and overbearing. So when you don't regard how God feels about an unrighteous deed you've done, about things that I did to offend God, right? That is what? Showing a lack of respect for God. Showing respect for God is when you agree and accept the laws to be right. To be right. Not disagreeing with the laws. Not disagreeing with this and then agreeing with the other. But we pick and choose what we want to agree with and disagree with. I agree with this. But as soon as another law pop up that you don't like, I don't like that. We pick and choose. We pick and choose what law we want to do and agree with and we don't want to agree with. Right? Arbitrary means what? When you act without thought of what is fair or right, done without evidence. I see a lot of people doing that. When you act without thought, when you do things without thinking. Why you end up doing things without thinking? Because I am sinning presumptuously. So when you sin presumptuously against God, these things starts to enter into your mind. You start to become arbitrary. You start to become overbearing. You start to be reproachful. You start to be you begin to blaspheme. Why? Because that is a domino effect. These are things that happens to people that sin presumptuously against God. Huh? So arbitrary is when what? When you act without thought. When you just move without thinking. Without talking about it. Without coming to a conclusion about it. Without talking to the person about it. Without talking about nobody about it. It is how it is in your mind. That's not right, man. This is how it is in your mind, and nobody can know. No. That's not what it is, man. When you act without thought of what is fair or right, done without evidence. Done without evidence. What is overbearing? You will begin to assert your will over other people in an arrogant way. Now, let me explain that. We're not talking about the will of God. Huh? That's your own personal will. That's your own personal feelings. Okay? I'm going to put my foot down to accomplish the commandments and the laws and the will of God. But your own personal feelings, I cannot assert over people. Okay? Now, the word reproach. No, go ahead. What verse we at?
Verse 30.
Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously,
But the soul that does aught presumptuously,
whether he be born in the land,
whether he be born in the land,
or a stranger,
born in the land or a stranger. This is not talking, this is the gear. The stranger that comes among us. Okay? The stranger that comes among us. No, do you believe that all the Negroes in the world are Israelites or from the tribe? No. Because the first world was black. The foreign nations was black. The Canaanites, the Perizzites, those Hamitic nations was black. So no, all Israel, all black people is not Israel.
No.
Now we got to go back now. During the time of Ezra, when they left captivity, what Ezra had to do? Ask for birth records. We don't have any birth records to show your lineage or what tribe or where you come from. So therefore, this is what? He said, this goes back to what God said. He said, this is what God said. My people shall hear my voice.
Yeah.
So by you hearing these laws, if it grabbed your ear, then you're the people of God.
That's right.
Now it ain't specified a color. It never specified a complexion.
No.
Once you gravitate and lean towards the word of God, then you are the people of the Lord. You the servant of God. You're the one that God is talking about.
But I'm black.
Okay? Let's read it.
the same reproacheth the Lord.
The same reproacheth who?
The Lord.
Reproacheth God.
That's,
Let's wait. Hold on. What verse is that? That's end of the 30. Okay? The same reproacheth God. You know what's the word for reproach? The word reproach is gadef. It means insult. It means insult and blaspheme. Okay? Insult and blaspheme. Now, how do we know when we're blaspheming? Blaspheme is when you have no respect for what God has respect for. You don't honor what God honor. You don't accept what God accept. You don't glorify what God glorify. You don't uplift what God uplift. That's a problem. You know why we can't accept what God accepts? Because we haven't changed our inside, internally. We haven't changed from the inside out. We haven't got rid of our past. We haven't denounced our past. It says serve God with simplicity of heart. You know what simplicity of heart is? Don't come with nothing from your past. Leave and let go of everything before and come to God as a clean vessel or empty mind, ready to receive. Not question. Not question and ask and explain, and I don't understand. No, whatever you don't understand, you will understand later. Just accept it. And that's why God came to Abraham. That's why God showed himself to Abraham. Because you didn't see how God had to explain to him about nothing. He told me, he said, listen, Abraham, I want you to take your son, your only son, whom thou lovest, and go sacrifice him. That was a test to see if Abraham was really for God or not. And he passed with flying colors because the angel of God came and stopped. He said, now I know. Now I know, man. And listen, this is how God deals, man. But we are so blocked and far away that we can't understand and see and be able to perceive when the test is here. He said, oh, my pops used to say, he said, this is him. People from before, he said, this is him. He said, this is happening. This is happening. Oh, no, I ain't going to get caught. But what kept them on point? I said, what kept them on point? Listening, playing those tapes every day. That's what keep you on point, man. Able to perceive when that evil spirit is there. Huh? Able to perceive when that evil spirit is there. He was able to perceive when there was a good spirit or a bad spirit because it came from a world that nobody came from. That's right. One thing about that world, divinations, seances, sorcery, contacting the spirits and contacting spirits and doing readings and all that stuff. When you stop doing those things, those evil spirits get angry. And they press you harder. They press you harder and harder. When my father stopped, every 12 midnight, there was a knock on that door. He had to make sure he came in the house. He had to make sure he came in the house before 12. Because those same spirits, those same evil spirits followed him. Why? Because he rejected them. He ain't bringing up spirits from the dead. Right. He's not invoking and calling up ancient forefathers and readings. He ain't doing none of that no more. At 12 midnight, he had to make sure he was in the house. They came and they banged on that door. He go to the door and look. The banging stopped. No one there. He leave. It bangs again. So now, these things can stir up certain things in your life. They can stir certain things in your life to get you away from the person that showed you who God is. You know why? Because when you're around this, you know when when the only time them spirits didn't bother him? When he stayed in the camp. That's why I stopped it. He had to go when he stayed in the camp. He slept in the camp, and then after a while, it wore off. Why? They didn't go there because the name of God was there. That's right. This is the place where we call on God. Holy writings and doorposts and mezuzahs and everything around. They can't come in there. Your way of getting these things away from you is to get close to God. Get with God, man. And that's why all these thoughts and evil spirits and evil thoughts come in your mind about things, and you move on it. Reproach it. To reproach it means what? To express disapproval to. How in the world can we express our disapproval about what we disagree with God? How dare you? How dare you? My mind. You should be afraid. That's psych right there. You should be afraid to do something like that. To voice your disagreements with what God agreed with. I'm afraid.
That's right.
I'm afraid to do things like that, man.
That's right.
Let's read it.
Verse 31.
Verse 31. Let's read it.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord and had broken his commandments.
No, back up. Back up. Verse 30.
But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger,
There you go.
the same reproacheth the Lord.
There you go.
That soul shall be cut off among his
There
people.
you go. The word for cut off is niked. Nun, kaf, resh. Listen here. There's no book. There's no religion. This is not a religion. I hear people saying, "Oh, yeah, a religion," and I don't talk. This ain't no religion, man. This is this way. This is a way of life, a way that God has prescribed for man to live by. Thou shalt not. Show me a book compared to this. You can't. The Muslims, Islam can't compare to this.
Right.
Christians can't compare to this.
Right.
Pentecostal can't compare to this.
Right.
Yoruba can't compare to this. The African cultures can't compare. Nothing can compare to this because this is the mind of God. We're dealing with a certain mindset that is far away from our mindset. Huh? God looked at the people. He said, "Man, I don't think like you." He said, "My ways is different from your mindset. Can be the same as God if you take heed to the laws and the commandments of God. This is what I will accept of you, nation of Israel. Here, read it and do it. That's the only way I would accept you." That's what God did. Gave us laws, commandments, statutes, and judgments, and said, "Read this every day of your life so that I don't have to pick you up and body slam you for violating my laws, my commandments, and my statutes." But the reason why nothing happened to you right then and there is because God don't care about you. I said, God don't care about you. He chastised those who he loved. So when certain things go down in people's lifestyle, it's only for you to reflect on oneself.
That's right.
It's only for you to reflect on yourself. To see where am I coming short in my life? Where am I coming short in?
Right.
What am I doing that caused this to happen? Sometimes you sit back, hey, wait a minute. Why is these thoughts coming to my head? Huh? The nation of Israel didn't think nothing about Egypt, about the Egyptians. They always wanted to go back. They always wanted to go back. The first thing they said was, "Man, I remember the least, the onions, the fish."
They got nostalgic.
He said, "Man, you brought us in the wilderness to kill us, Moses." But God allowed Moses to bring them through that hostile environment to prove themselves so that they can be proven before God. When God opened your eyes to these laws the first time, God is going to prove you to see if you are really for this, to see if you are really for God, to see if you're able to continue in these laws. And once you've been proven that you're not able to do these laws, guess what happened?
Push over here.
I'll push you out. Gonna push you out, man. Gonna push you out. Now, the word for cut off is niked. Niked means alienate, betray, estrange, and deny. Okay? Alienate means what? To cause someone to feel to isolate his or herself. Oh my gosh. What are you doing in your life to cause you to pull yourself and uproot yourself away from God? Man, understand, man, and see, check out the signs and see what's going on. This is for you to reflect on yourself. Because you have people that used to come, that have isolated themselves away from God.
That's right.
Isolated themselves away from God.
You think you're good.
Huh? You you cut off, man.
Yes, sir.
You're cutting yourself off. Okay? The next word is estrange. Estrange means what? To cause a person to be no longer close. Huh? To cause one to break that bond, to break that covenant. Huh? That closeness between who? You and God. That closeness between you and God. How is that bond? How can that bond be broken? How is that covenant broken? When you go against his laws, when you go against his commandments, when you go against his statutes. So now the relationship and the closeness that you have with God is not there. Antagonistic is a feeling of opposition to go against God. I'm not going against, you are going against God. Look how you're living your life now.
That's right.
Have you realized how you're living your life now than before? It's a big change. Yeah, you're against God because the things that you stopped doing, you're back to doing it again.
That's right.
Again, it's only but a matter of time before you 100% full-fledged turn your back on God.
That's the push out.
And move forward.
That's the push out.
Okay? To deny. And people listen. You know what's sad? God said what? He said, show my people. God said, show my people their sinful deeds. The things that they're doing that is against God. And when you show these people the things that they're doing that is against God, guess what they do? They take it personal. They say, are you talking about me? And you no, man. God cares for you. I said, that's why. Listen, let's go back. Let's go back now. What God said. God said he chastised those who he loves.
Those who he loves.
Okay? And the part of the chastisement is telling you and revealing to you where you're going wrong with God so you can return. The part of my love for you is for me not to rub your back. My love, I emanate and I show by showing you where you're going wrong at, number one, with God, so that you can return back home and start doing the things that is lawful and right with God. But people only have one mindset. You talking about me? And then after that, they dwell on just that one thing. Oh, you was talking about me here, and then you stand there. No, man.
That's a zone.
You're forgetting the whole. You're forgetting the whole purpose.
That's a zone.
Okay. To deny means what? When one refuses to admit the truth or existence. The truth of what?
Sure.
The truth of God.
Sure.
The existence of what? The existence of God.
That's the truth.
We are definitely denying that. Because if you didn't deny it, then our lifestyle will change according to our belief.
Yeah.
You believe that, your lifestyle will change according to that.
Yeah.
To betray means what? To be unfaithful to God. How do I be unfaithful to God?
Go against.
To go against.
Go against.
Plain and simple. Once you're going against these laws, commandments, and statutes, you're unfaithful.
It could be one law.
Failure to repent. Repent means to stop. Repent means to pull back. Repent means to stop doing what you're doing that God hates. These are things that God despises. You gotta repent from doing these things. To acknowledge sin is betrayal to God, man. Let's read.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord.
Because he had despised the word of God. The word for despise is bazah. Bazah means contend. It means despise. It means contend. It also means repugnance. Okay? Now, you can't submit to what is right by God And the reason why we have a problem submitting to what is right by God is because you are being rejected.
That's right. Number one.
You're being rejected. See, there's steps and stages in being cut off.
That's right.
There's steps and stages in God cutting you off and pushing you away.
Right.
And okay, so now despise means what? To look down on with contempt. Aversion. What is aversion? Aversion means what? What is a feeling. It's a feeling. These are feelings that stirred up within us. Huh? And we don't trick our feelings. Our feelings and certain things get stirred up in us, and we tend to believe it. We go along with the feelings that stirs up within us. And it don't gotta be cotton picking right. Now, what caused you to stir these feelings? You ever ask yourself, what am I doing that God caused these feelings to stir up in me? No, you ain't asked yourself that. Why it gotta be how you feel? Why it can't be that how you feel you may be wrong? Why? Why is your feelings always right? No, man. That's the problem. It's a feeling of repugnance, right? With a desire to avoid or turn from God. Huh? Well, I ain't turning from God. Yeah, you turning from God. Yeah, you turning from God. All right? Repugnance means to contradict. Repugnance means to contradict. To contradict means to deny the truth, to be opposite. To be opposite from God. To do things opposite from what God said. Okay? To show opposition, to contend against, to resist. Okay? Now, what is contempt? Willful disobedience to God. Okay? Let's read.
And have broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off.
And have, what verse you at?
31.
And has broken his commandment. The word for broken is hepad, hey, pay, resh, right? It means broken. It means to break. It means to violate. It means to void. It means to nullify. To break means to invalidate. To invalidate means not to accept it. You not accept it. I don't accept this.
It's valid.
I accept that. That's valid. But this right here, I don't accept this. It's invalid. I don't accept this. It's invalid. You can't serve God with a heathenistic mentality, man. I said you cannot serve God with a heathenistic mentality, because the heathenistic mentality and the way we think is going to get in the way of us serving God. It's going to get in the way of our thinking. It's going to get in our way. And then it's going to cause us to start thinking differently. Okay? To weaken or destroy the cogency. You know what cogency is? Cogency is having the power, having the willpower to constrain oneself. What does constrain oneself mean? It means to hold yourself back. You're not going to have the power. You're not going to have the willpower to hold yourself back from violating the laws and the commandments of God. See, all these things take strength. It takes strength to do these laws, man.
That's right.
It takes strength to do these laws, because when you're doing these laws and living according to what God said, the temptation comes.
Oh, yeah.
Temptation comes.
Oh, yeah.
The negative force comes. The external force comes. Certain things going to come. The ideas and the thoughts is going to come. And these things that come are the things that are put here that's coming to you to detour you away from God. Have you thinking opposite and thinking differently. And then you start believing what you're thinking and move on it. When it ain't even that. It's the external force trying to pull you away from doing these laws, because that's the adversary's job. The job of the adversary is not to have you sitting in here listening to these laws. The job of the adversary is to have you outside. Once he gets you outside, that's the job accomplished.
On to the next one.
job is accomplished. Because there's nothing, listen, he can have his, once he gets you out there, he's going to have his way with you.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to have his way with you. Believe that. Why? Because the only way to keep the breach closed, to keep the boundaries closed in, is when you're performing the laws of God. When you're doing these laws. God told the adversary, he said, do you consider my servant Job? He said, fear God and eschews evil. He said, eschew evil. To eschew evil means what? To turn away from that which is evil. That's all it means. That's all it means. He said, because he had despised the word of the Lord and had broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off. All right? Now, the word that is used here for cut off here is hikaret, tikaret. All right? Hikaret, tikaret. That means exterminate. That means to destroy. That means to erase, to wipe out, to kill you. That's what that means. Okay? So it's two different parts, two different definitions for niked and hikaret, tikaret. All right? That person shall utterly be cut off. His iniquity shall be upon him. His iniquity is in him. His iniquity is a part of you. It has become your genetic makeup. It has become our genetic makeup. Sin has become our genetic makeup. And the only way to change that is by reading the book. That's why we have a mind frame that's not acceptable by God. That's why we think in a way, and our thoughts and our ideas and opinions that comes up in our mind does not correlate with what God said. Because our thinking pattern is contrary and opposite to what God says. And the only way to change that is by reading the book. It's by reading the book. There's no playing off this. Ain't nothing to play about. This ain't no game to be playing with. Verse 32. It said, while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day. Okay? And the word for gather is quashash. It means to gather. No, he didn't kindle fire. People say, oh, why they killed them? Or why they put him in war? Why they stoned him? Because his intention was that he didn't kill them. God don't kill you and punish you for your intentions. It's either you did it or you didn't do it. So the action that he did was him gathering sticks. That's where the sin lies at. Him gathering sticks. So therefore, because of that, I don't gather nothing. I don't gather nothing. I'm not going to gather anything. He wasn't looking for no branches because branches and sticks all over the place. He's gathering the sticks. Gathering and gathering and gathering and gathering. That's work. It said, and they that found him gathering sticks brought them unto Moses and Aaron. They didn't hide them. They didn't hide them. And one thing about these people, once you violate the law, it's like they became your enemy immediately. They didn't know you. Oh, what? Man, we and you can be buddy. But as soon as you violate God, grab him. Moses, this guy here got caught gathering sticks. Moses took him, put him in war. Right? It said they put him in war because it was not declared what should be done to him. And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones, and he died, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the Lord said, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments. Okay? The word for borders, right, is kanaf. Kanaf means corners, not the borders. Okay? Each fringe supposed to be on 4 fringes on 4 corners.
One fringe.
Okay? One fringe for one corner, right? In the borders of their garments throughout their generation, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue. All right? Petil tekelet. Petil tekelet is a thread of blue around the fringe. So therefore, we did not wear blue fringes because in the book specifies 1/4 blue.
You can't wear blue on blue.
You can't wear blue fringes, sky blue fringes, navy blue. You can't wear no blue fringes, no type of blue fringes. All right? And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, no, and it shall be upon you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a whoring. That spoke volumes. That means a lot. Look, that means a lot. You know what that is? You know what God is saying, man? It's saying the Lord, remember all the commandments of God. That's first. Before I start seeking what's in my heart, before I start seeking what comes to my mind, remember the laws of God first. Because that's what's going to correct your heart. That's what's going to correct those evil and atrocious thoughts that formulate in your mind. That's going to straighten it out. It said, remember God and his laws. Before you start seeking what's in your heart and what's in your mind, or what comes in your mind, or what someone put in your mind, seek God first. Sometimes nobody put it there. Sometimes you put it there. Sometimes the adversary put it there. Those thoughts that formulate in our mind don't have to be right. And 100% of the time it ain't. But God told us a way to correct that. Remember the laws and the commandments of God. And when these thoughts come to my mind, I got to remember the laws and the commandments of God. And that will put whatever came to your mind in check. That will eject those evil thoughts. But we played with it. The thought came to my mind and you started to agree with it. And now it sticks. Now it's there. It ain't going nowhere. Something comes to my mind about a brother. The first thing is not to believe the thought that comes here. The first thing is to do is channel it and correct it with the laws and the commandments of God. Because it don't have to be right. Leviticus chapter 19.
Oh.
You got it?
Yeah. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
All right. He said, ye shall be holy. What does holy mean? What it means to be holy. Set apart for God.
That's it.
I said, set apart for God. That's what holy is. And when you're set apart for God, in order to be holy, we are serving a holy God. And because we are serving a holy God, he gave us holy laws, holy commandments, so that we can draw near to God. That's how you become separated. So at any given time, he can come to a vessel in a dream and speak to that person. Because you holy and you clean from inside out. So God, you can be used by God because you're holy. What makes you holy? The performance of the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God. That's the only thing that makes you holy. Okay? Set apart for God, characterized by perfection and transcendence. Okay? Now, when you're set apart for God, guess what? When you're set apart, listen, can't tell me I ain't set apart because I don't think like you. You can only tell if a person is set apart by these things that I'm going to tell you. All right? All right? Set apart means what? When you hold different types of thinking. When you hold different views. When you hold different thoughts. When you hold different opinions about certain things. I don't think like you. The thoughts and the ideas that comes to my head are not the same thoughts and ideas that come to your head. Why? Because and why these thoughts and ideas come to our head is because we are living a lifestyle that's not accepted by God. It's not godly. Or sometimes people may come towards God, but they haven't came 100%. They haven't came sincerely. They haven't came because this is what they want. They're here because it's a reason why this person is sitting here. It's a reason why that person is sitting here. The reason is not correct. The reason is not that they want to learn about God. So therefore, you can still get attacked with these abominable thoughts and ideas that comes to our head, and then you begin to believe it. Then you go by it. To set apart means to be separate. Huh? To set apart means to be separate. To go in different direction. To go in a different direction. Huh? To make a distinction between. You know what a distinction is? You got to put a difference between you and them. We have to put a difference between me and you. I have to put a difference between myself and the outsiders. And the only way to put that difference is not to live like them. Not to eat like them. Not to do the same thing like them. Huh? Not because what is antisocial? I stay to myself because I'm around people that don't want to serve God. We have to stay to ourselves because we are around people that don't want to serve God. But by any means, if Frank come to me and talk to me, hey, I don't show him antisocial. I don't walk away from Frank and don't want, hey, how you doing, Frank? Hey, nice to meet you. Hey, Frank, you have a good day. What's the problem, Frank? And sometimes Frank will put his burden and talk his burden and say what he got to say. And I said, well, Frank, that's not right. You don't do it like that. You don't do it like this. Boom, boom, boom. All right, Frank, boom, boom.
That's social.
That's being social.
Yeah, that's being social. That's not anti.
That's not anti. And then when I'm done talking to Frank, me and Frank can't be friends.
You go his way.
You go your way, and I'm going my way. Now, I ain't gonna say that. I could be friends with Frank because we had friends that was outsiders that did not do God's law. But listen, I got friends on the outside that don't do God's law. But when it's time to make a separation between holy and profane, when it's time to make a separation between holy and profane, what do I mean? Listen, Frank, the sun is about to set. Sunset at 5:30. I got to go upstairs. To start preparing for the Sabbath, Frank. Our conversation that we're talking about right now, got to stop. Now that's the separation between you and Frank. Huh? That's not antisocial. But most people say things just to be offensive.
They don't know what those words
Okay? That's not antisocial. Okay? You got to put a difference between holy and profane. Yes, I am holy, and I'm striving for holiness and perfection. We supposed to be striving for holiness and perfection. We all supposed to be striving for holiness and perfection with God. That's what God said. God said, be perfect. Huh? He said, be holy. He said, because I'm holy. Be like God. What is perfection? Free from fault or defect. Right? Free from fault or defect. Satisfying all requirements. Complete. All right? Whole. Now, I like using whole and complete because perfection is when you don't sin at all. Perfection is when you don't transgress at all. But Solomon said, there is no man that sinneth not. So we're going to sin. But make sure that we don't sin presumptuously. Be perfect in wearing your fringes and doing the things that we can accomplish in this life according to the laws and the commandments of God. Huh? Time sheet.
Verse 3. Ye shall fear every man his mother.
Now, hold up 1 second. I ain't finished yet. Fault. Fault is an error. Free from fault, right? To violate an accepted standard, you are at fault. There are certain standards that God has required for man to live by. There are certain standards that God has required for man to live by, and we go against those standards. We go against those standards that God has set. Yes, we are at fault with God, and we don't feel sorry for it. We don't feel guilt for it. We don't feel sorry and guilt for it. You think you're doing right. Well, you think you're right. And that's the problem. God, I ain't gonna say God, but or the adversary is putting that in your mind like you're doing something right when you're not. Just to keep you out there. That is to keep you there.
That way you stay there. Just like that.
That way you stay there. Because if you put it in your mind that you did something wrong, you're gonna find your way back.
Yeah. Yeah.
But guess what God said? He said, I will hedge up the way. You don't want God to do that to you, man. And God is doing that today.
Yeah.
He's hedging up the way. Yeah. He's building up a wall so that these people that I don't push away can't find themselves back. You can't find yourself back. What did you do that caused God to move on you in such? Why? What did you do, man? Let's read it. Yeah.
Verse 3.
Wait, hold up. Transcendence. Sorry. Transcendence means exceeding usual limits. In other words, you're surpassing. Surpassing means to become better. That's what surpass means. Read.
Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God.
You know what fear means? You know what fear means? To fear means to be afraid of. Huh? To fear is what? Means what? Anxious. When you have anxious concerns. When you have anxious concern about how God feels, you're not going to violate those laws. You're not going to go and stretch forth your hand and steal nothing because I'm concerned about how God feels about that. You're not going to violate nobody because I'm anxious and I have anxious concern. Now, if I am not afraid, then I won't. If you are not afraid, then we're not going to make the right decisions. All right? In order for us to make the right decisions, we have to be afraid. We got to be scared. So therefore, before I move or do something, I'm gonna play a tape back and say, by me making this move, would I be violating God? Would I be able to continue to serve God by making this move? But nobody thinks on God. Everybody put God on the back burner. You know what that becomes? You become a God. Because you don't put your feelings and your emotions before how God feels. Forget about how God feels. Right now, at the moment, it's about my emotions and how I feel. And that's what counts to me. And that's why God pushed you away, because that's also pride. You know what? That's pride. That's also self-interest. And people with pride and self-interest can't serve God. You always got to be on point with yourself and think about God. Think about who I'm offending. Think and not just move so hastily, because God will put you in a bracket, in a bracket by yourself. Now, we also got to be aware of offending our parents. We got to be aware when we offend our mother and our father. We got to be aware of those things. So when you are aware of that, you are aware of your actions, and you are aware of of your speech. We are aware of our actions and our speech and how we talk, how we say things. Notice one thing. Notice one thing, guys. And I'm going to go into Job 8 later. But God was angry at Job's friends. My brother pulled my attention to that. You know why God was angry at Job's friends? Not because of what they did, because they ain't do nothing. God was angry of the words that was coming out of their mouth. God was tight with them because of the things that they were saying that was against God. And then and this is why I always say it, and I've been saying it before I said this. We have to watch our speech and the words that we say out of our mouth, because God will be angry at your voice and those words that we say out of our mouth. The words that we say, you could be, listen, wear a frontlet, bracelet, watch, but the words that you say out of your mouth, the Most High told Job, he said, listen, he said, y'all, you guys here, the only way I would accept y'all back if Job set up an offering for you. You hear that? Job had to go and set up that offering for them so that they can get back in good favor with God. Because you know what? We're not really on point with what we say out of our mouth. We get emotional. And we get emotional, and we start talking off the side of our face, not worried about who we offend.
Very true.
Not worry about who we offend. We have to be more on point of that. So that's why certain words I hold back. Certain things I won't say. Certain things I won't voice, because I don't know how you're going to take it. I don't know how this person going to take it. I don't know how that person going to take it. I don't know how my mother or my father going to take it. I don't know how God going to take it.
There we go. Those are the ones that matter. God and your parents.
God, parents, my brother, my sister. Yeah. Those are the people that matter. I can't say things to offend you. And you shouldn't say things to offend me.
Even when I'm mad.
Even when I'm angry. Control that. Control your anger, man. Stop letting your anger and your emotions get the best of you. Then you start moving and doing things on your anger and your emotions and saying things off of anger and emotions when, guess what? You're wrong. When you're making the wrong move. The move you made pulled you and pushed you away from God. You kidding me? Come on, man.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Before a person fear God, before people fear God, you're going to fear what people think about you first. Before you fear God, I'm worried about how you think. Some people be ashamed of God. And they're ashamed to tell this person that I serve God. Yeah. And I don't live this way. Yeah. And I don't move this way. And I can't live this way no more. And I can't do this no more. And they don't want to hear it coming from you. I want to hear it from the person themselves. then and only then they will begin to accept it and respect it. When you start serving God, and that caused people not to make, listen, that caused people not to make changes with themselves, man. I said that makes people not to make changes with themselves because I'm afraid of how you think about me. Let's read verse 4.
Turn ye not unto idols.
Turn ye not unto idols. How do we turn to idols? You ain't got to be in the church to turn to idols. You don't have to be in the Muslim mosque to turn to idols. You don't have to prostrate to no deity to turn to idols. It means to direct your attention or mind towards. And this is why the laws and the commandments of God links. What did God say before? He said, love God with all our heart, soul, and might. So if I love God with all my heart, soul, and might, then my attention and my mind will be directed towards God. But my mind and my attention is not directed towards God because I don't love God with all my heart, soul, and might. That's the only one that get that. The only one that get that is God. That's right. My wife don't get it. The children don't get it. Nobody gets that. You love God. Look, parents don't get that. They get the honor. You know why I said parents? You know why I said parents? Because look at the king. If he loved his mother, if Asa loved his mother with the love that God said for him to love him with, then he wouldn't have destroyed her idol and fired her from being a queen. Which means you can't, if your parents do not serve God, you better be careful. You better be careful. God ain't look at Asa and say, oh, you honor your mother and your father by not destroying you. You better destroy it. You better fire her from being queen. You better do that. Now, you know your parents don't serve God. You know your parents don't serve God. And you wasn't in a predicament or in a position where you had to put yourself in that predicament. Right. So when you do certain things that God hates, you can't ride on your parents because you put yourself there. And God's going to charge you. It's on you. It's on you, man. All right? To change your way of life. That's also turning. To deflect. You know what deflect means? Shortcomings. Imperfect. You're coming up short with God. You're coming up short with God. To become different. To become opposite. Opposite, to become different. You're not the same. You're not the same no more. You changed. When we change, well, listen. When we come to serve God, we have to change our mindset. We got to change everything about yourself. Everything about ourselves must change. Everything. I can't change one and then leave that. Because it's gonna be a conflict. It's gonna clash. You know what's gonna be clashing? You gonna clash with yourself. Because you're not changing everything one shot. You're gonna clash with yourself. And it's gonna be like I said in one of my raps, devils and angels sitting on shoulders. This one telling you good, this one telling you evil. By all means, I know we went through that, man. While we're going through these evil thoughts and you're moving and doing things, something on your other side said, nah, don't do it. But the evil is more stronger. The evil is more stronger because the good don't keep coming. The good done maybe twice. Sometimes he come back twice. Somebody come back and tell you twice. But most of the time once. And you don't come back. Come on, man. Let's read it.
Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods.
Turn ye not unto idols. All right? An idol. a representation or symbol of an object of worship, which is Yeezys, Nikes, Yeezys is in commemoration to who? JC. So we shouldn't be wearing Yeezy. I told one brother what the definition of, what the significance and the meaning of these Yeezys. The brother just took it off and left it by the shoe. But dog. Next day, I seen him with it on again. I said, oh, okay, I ain't telling you again. He don't care about that. All he care about is fashion. And God killed Achan for fashion.
That's right.
I said, God killed Achan for fashion because he picked up and took the Babylonian garment and that wedge of gold. God killed him for that. I mean, God is against us wearing and looking like heathens.
So I threw mine out.
Huh? Heathens. That's why I thank God I never wore a pair of Yeezys. Never. I never wore a pair of Yeezys. Once I found out about Nikes being a Greek goddess, I don't want no pair of Nikes.
Yeah.
No, that stuff got to go out, man.
Yeah.
That stuff got to go out, man. It said a form or appearance visible but without substance. That's a form or appearance visible but without substance. Without substance means it don't have life. Those are pictures and images. And I don't buy, you shouldn't, we got to stop buying our clothes with images. Why do we continue to buy our children Spider-Man pajamas? You turn around and look, Godson got on Batman pajamas. This one got on Mickey Mouse pajamas. This one got on Betty Boop pajamas. All these things are images. It's on book bags. It's on lunchbox. We're supposed to hate what God hates. And hate those things. We don't have a priest or Moses here to explain nothing. So I'm going to take this for what it is. I'm going to read it and do exactly what it says. We don't need prophets today. No, we don't need no prophets today. Just do exactly what the book said. This is your prophet. And this is the priest. And this is God speaking to you. The book. Read the book and start putting these things into action. Because if we don't start putting these things into actions, then you can't be better. You cannot be better. You're not going to grow. You're not going to excel. God is not going to exalt you. Because the way to being better with God is performing the laws and the commandments of God. That's right. Huh? That's the way to be better with God, man. We must read the book. God never told Saul, told King Solomon, put on your robe. God never told King Saul, fast. God didn't tell Saul to put on sackcloth. God didn't tell King Solomon to pray. God, you know what he told him? Read the book. You know why? Because the way to change your mindset is by reading the book so that these things, it steps and stages, like I was talking to a brother today. It steps and stages in doing the law. Before I start fasting and humbling myself, I got to read the book so I know what to do and how to go about humbling myself.
Find the goings and the comings.
Right. So you read the book and then everything else comes after. It steps and stages. You can't do A and then jump from A to J. Then jump from J to you're skipping levels. It's gonna crash. And then we do these things, but our ways and our thinking patterns think before God. It has to, the laws and the commandments that we do in our lives and the things that we do, because praying is what? He said, oh, what did he say? Wait, holy beings, praise thee daily. So that's a holy trait. Those are holy traits. Constant prayers, holy trait. Fasting and praying, a holy trait. You put, no, I got some sackcloth in there. I got some sackcloth in there, but I'm going to cut mine in a strip. I'm going to cut a long strip, and I'm going to wrap my whole loins with it, like I'm wrapping a turban. Wrap, lock it, pow. Leave that on right there. That's my Superman drawers. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it. Then after I wrap it, I put on my boxer brief that come to my knee. Wrap it. That's what they did. That's how they wrap their loins.
Yeah, that's how you wrap it.
That's why when God said what? He loosened the girdle of a maid, which means the girdle was wrapped around her private area, the front and the back. I got it. I wrap it. Every day of my life, I'm putting that on because right now, you want to be humble before God, and you want to stay in that humble state. Huh? That humble state, that humble mind frame. Those are the things that draw God's attention towards Saul.
That's right.
Ahab.
I said pull
because
back.
God was against him. And the angels was about to attack.
Right.
But they don't have mercy.
No,
They don't have compassion. They don't have pity. The angels fulfill the commandment of God. God got mercy and pity and compassion. You want God to have that because you are full of it.
Yeah.
And without God having mercy, we'd be dead.
Yeah.
So he multiply his mercy so he don't consume you in your sin. So when the angel was attacking Ahab, he had to stop. He said, wait a minute. You don't see how he walked humbly before me? Which means what? To walk humble before God is what? When he fasted and he put on sackcloth. Walk humble before God.
Yeah, back them up off you.
Real quick. I told my brother that one time. He was in deep trouble. I said, man, listen, let's try it. I said, man, you got to try it, man. I said, please try it, man. You in a good predicament right now to try it. Police chasing you. You got to be running on. Man, put some sackcloth on and fast and pray. And see what happens, man. And then after you do that, don't even hide no more. Don't hide. Don't run. Right? Put on that sackcloth. Fast. And walk around if you ain't running from no cops. And see what happens. And see what happens. You got to put it to the test, man. God said, try him, man. I said, God said, try him. God said, try him. You see where your mind got to go, man? Both things. Not just one. Both. Fast and sackcloth. This is where your mind got to go. But your mind ain't going to go there if you don't read. We got to learn the ways of God and learn what we need to do to grab God's attention. To grab his attention, man. Because we in a bad predicament, man. Like the song said, you ain't going nowhere.
Ain't going nowhere.
And he said that was from the 80s.
Yeah. He said, man, we ain't going nowhere.
We ain't going nowhere. Okay? Nowhere.
Yeah.
Where we at, brother? Verse 5?
Verse 5.
Let's read it.
And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, ye shall offer it at your own will.
And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings, ye shall offer it at your own will. Man, listen. A peace offering is to regain the favor of God. We don't have no way to regain the favor of God. The only way now to regain the favor of God is to stop sinning presumptuously. Stop doing the things that God hates.
Yeah.
Walk in a manner or in a way that God accepts.
Yeah.
Kidding me? And then you have people that tell other people that fast and afflict themselves for God. They tell you you're faking. How in the world is that man faking? Yo, man. Yo, man. How is that man faking when he fasts on his own? Without Yom Kippur.
Yeah.
But you faking?
Yeah. Yeah.
But you using this for a loophole?
Yeah. Talking about.
But the person that you told that to, fast and pray for God. The person that you told that to got sackcloth and strips ready to strap and put on his loins.
Yeah.
But the person faking.
Yeah.
Man, that hurt. Yo, that hurt, man. That hurt, man. Which means you refuse to see the good in a person.
That's right.
You faking. And you the evil one to be telling that person that they faking.
That's right.
I said, you evil, man.
That's right.
You evil. How you tell a person that? A person that fake is not going to move in that order.
That's right.
A person that's faking his way of life not going to move in that way,
That's
in
right.
that fashion.
That's a fact. Ain't no faking that.
Crazy.
Ain't no
Look
faking
your
that.
mind. Let's read it.
It shall be eaten the same day ye offer
It shall be eaten. Now, hold up. A peace offering is to regain the favor of God. Okay? But before the peace offering has to be of your own free will. Before we set up that peace offering, the iniquity offering has to go first. The iniquity offering has to go first. Then after the iniquity offering, then the peace offering got to go. And this is why the Creator said, he said, listen, if you are not accepted, if God don't accept you, then I'm not going to accept this offering coming from you. You have to be acceptable in the eyes of God for these offerings to be accepted by God. That's what he told Cain. But it never referred and said what Cain did. So far as I'm reading, and as I read the book, Cain didn't do anything because I didn't read it. So basically, it was something that Cain had inside in him. What did Cain do? It wasn't there. But something that Cain had in him, and what did Abel do? It ain't voice it. Something that Abel had in him that God accepted. But it didn't voice it. It didn't say it. It didn't pinpoint it. So we can have certain things in us. We can have certain evil in us to where God don't like it and he rejects you. We can have certain things in us to where God don't like it and he push you and separate you from this person that have good in him.
And y'all family.
Huh? And we family.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get there.
And you family.
Let's get there.
Which means family don't mean nothing.
Let's get there.
You got a different mindset.
Yeah.
You think different. You move different. So God will separate you. God told Abraham, he said, separate yourself. He said, get away from your family. Get away from your kindred. Get away from your relatives because they don't want to serve God.
That's right.
I came to you, Abraham. Get up out of here. Abraham took Lot, and he was gone. Number one, that's the number one way of showing God, hey, I'm for you, oh God.
That's right.
When you can reject and move away from your family because his family, Abraham's family was from Ur the Chaldees. That's one. Babylonians. Abraham's family did witchcraft and seances and divinations and sorcery and bringing up the dead. I said they did that and they worshiped idols. God pulled them away from that. How did God pull you away from that? He revealed these laws and then he put you with a person that know who God is. But you ain't thinking about that. You ain't thinking about that.
Now you know more than that person.
Huh? And now the person, like the brother said, now the person that God don't put you with to show you who God is, now you know more than him. You want to tell the person that God linked you up with to show you who God is, you want to teach that person. Ain't that about that's a bad motorcycle. Prince Ruby said, man, that's a bad motorcycle. Huh? How? How? Where we at, brother? Let's read.
Verse 6. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it.
It shall be eaten the same day you offer it and on the morrow. Remember, this offering had to be sent up from a willing heart. A willing heart. These laws has to be done from a willing heart. You have to want this. But not everybody that sit in these chairs want this. They was here because they was put under an ultimatum.
That's right.
Pressure.
That's right.
Or they was here just for, maybe they wasn't put here for an ultimatum. They just came here just sliding through. So these laws were not done of a willing heart. Okay? You didn't really want this. You didn't desire this. So your reaction to certain things gonna be different from a person's reaction that decide to serve God. I'm here willingly. So me and your reactions gonna be different.
That's right.
My reaction towards this gonna be different. You gonna look at it lightly.
Yeah.
You gonna look at it lightly, like it ain't nothing. But I'm looking at it like this is a serious matter.
Yeah, talk about it.
This ain't nothing to be playing with.
Yeah, talk about it.
This is a serious matter. That's why you can say certain things, and certain things, it blows right over the person's head. Blow right over. They ain't catch it.
No effect at all.
They ain't gonna never catch it. But guess what? We will all know. I said we will all know when this day comes. I'm grabbing up sand. You know what this is? When the sand drops. Dirt. When we turn to dirt, now you're going to know who is God.
Every soul.
And guess what? By then, it's going to be too cotton picking late. It's going to be too late. Like I told you before, the man was in the hospital.
That's right.
And we dipped into a coma.
That's right.
And when he dipped into the coma, he was being chased by spirits. By demons.
Yeah.
And they grabbed on his leg.
His right leg.
And grabbing on his right leg. Right?
And then he woke up.
He woke up. My father was right there. He said, Chief, there's some ugly dudes.
Wearing masks.
They was chasing me. It looked like they had masks. No, they didn't have on no mask. That's their face. Right? So they grabbed his leg. He said, Chief, look, this leg they was grabbing. He said, I can't move it.
They got it.
Mama said, he said, man, they got that leg. Right? He said, look, I can move this leg. He said, I can't move it. He said, he turned to my father. He said, please pray to God for me. When I get out of this, he said, I'll come to teach it. And my father told him it's too late. You got to meet your destiny. Sometimes the door is open to return.
That's right.
The door is open to return only for a certain amount of time.
That's right.
When each and every one of our time is different. Your time is different from mine. Your time is different from that person.
That's right.
That person's time is different from that person.
That's right.
The time that you have, he don't have. And when your time closes, that's it. There's no point of return. You can't return to God.
Ain't no coming
There's
back.
nothing you can tell that person to return back to God.
Ain't no coming back.
There's no coming back. Let's read it.
And if aught remain unto the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire.
And if aught remain unto the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. Time sheet.
And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted.
It shall not be accepted. If it's eaten at all on the third day, it's abominable. It's detestable. God despises it now because you're going against the rules of the sacrifice and the offerings. You're going against the rules and the sacrifices of the offerings. God got rules of how to do these things. But then abominable and detestable men come up with their own way to serve God. Abominable and detestable men and women now come up with their own way to serve God. In their terminology, men and women's terminology of what is good is not the way that God say is good. Men and women's terminology of what is evil, it doesn't correlate with what God said is evil. And that's the cotton picking problem.
Yeah.
We look around and call people evil and they ain't evil. We go around and call good, say it's good, and the person evil is a bad.
Yeah.
Evil is a bad. What make him evil? He don't regard God.
That's right.
He don't keep the Sabbath day.
That's what make you evil.
He works on the Sabbath day, profane the day.
That's what make
the man eating swine.
That's what make you evil.
That's what make you evil.
That's what make you evil.
He's eating swine. Nigga went to the store and bought some hog maws, chitlins.
That's what make you evil.
And he's eating that.
Blood and fat.
But you look at the person and say, oh, he's a good man. Oh, she's a good woman.
He got a 9 to 5.
Because he got a 9 to 5, and people try. This is the American terminology. This is the American terminology of a good man. He go to work. He take care of his family. He pay the bills in the house. He's very good to his wife, and he's good to his children. Show me where in the book those are the standards that God set. Now, by you accomplishing the laws of God, guess what? That comes with it. By you accomplishing the laws and the commandments of God, I will always be good to my wife. Why? Because God said, don't be treacherous to the wife of your youth.
It's in there.
It's in there. It just ain't direct. I will always be good to my children. Why? Because I'm good to God. And I consider. A person that serves God considers. So you're going to consider your wife and you're going to consider your children. Sometimes you consider your wife too much. You know why I say you consider your wife too much? Because sometimes people or men allow certain things to happen or for them to do. And guess what? You're in violation of the laws of God. Look, man. You are in violation of the laws of God for allowing this woman to do this. And you say, all right, don't worry about it. Go ahead and do it, man. Don't worry about it, boo. And then the person turn around and tell you, you don't care about me. You don't love me. What? What are you talking about? I just consider you. I put myself on the chopping block for God.
Mm-hmm. That's why, yo.
Are you serious? What more can a man do? But I tell you, man, that's why God said be careful. Because you don't know you don't know when a man love hard. And when a man really give his heart to a woman, the man put his own head right inside that window and close it. Close the window, man. Close it. Garçon, close the window, man. Close it. I love you, man. I love you. You think I don't love you? Close the window. Wow.
That's the love we're supposed to get.
Come on, man. Come on, man. And that's why God will remove you, man.
That's right.
For certain things, man.
That's right.
Because God see that.
That's right.
God see that, yo.
That's right.
God see that, man. Then you show your children love. You show your wife love. You show your friends. You show everybody love, and they turn around and tell you hate them. That hurt more than a knife.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Say it again.
That hurt more than a gunshot.
Tell me about it. Talk to me.
That hurt, man.
Talk to me.
It hurts. Because here you go, going overboard and trying to prove, but then the person don't see it.
Don't see it.
The children don't see it. The woman don't see it. Nobody sees it but you. And then it drives you out of your cotton picking mind. You know what my mom said? She said, hey, Mick. Watch him, man. She said, man, watch him, man. I said, I want you to watch this guy here. I ain't gonna go into details. She knows what she's talking about. Let's read.
Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord. And that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
Everyone that eateth shall bear its iniquity. Huh? Everyone that eats it shall bear his iniquity. What does bear mean? The word nasa means to hold in the mind, to accept, to become directed, right? Now, in Genesis 4, it says, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be your desire. He said, but thou shalt rule over it.
You grab a hold of
it. He said, rule it. And don't allow this iniquity, this thing to rule you. Okay? Now, if you don't rule it, it's going to desire us. It's going to desire. What door? The doors of your mind. Sin will come to your mind. And when it comes, what is sin? Breaking of the commandments of God. Doing things that's treacherous. A treacherous move. Treachery. It comes here. Everything before we move on a certain situation, it comes in your mind first. All right? And this is why these things come to our mind. Why? Where's you at?
Verse 9.
Go back to 8. He said, therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because is that the one where it says shall bear his iniquity. Yeah.
Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity.
Shall bear his iniquity. So when we do certain things against God, there's a chain reaction. There's a domino effect that happens. When we do things that is against God, there's a domino effect that happens after that. Right? What is the domino effect? If I ate that sacrifice at the third day, when God said to burn it, right? And I ate it, and I didn't acknowledge that, now I'm going to bear my iniquity. Sin will be more constant to my mind. Iniquity will be constant to my mind. It's going to continue to come. And then I will accept the things that God hates and despises. Then my lifestyle will be directed in a manner or in a way that is not right. Okay? What verse you got? 4, 8, verse 9, right? It said, because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Nikita, the word for cut off is nikita. Alienate. I explained that already. Estrange, betray, to deny. Certain things that we do in our life would cause us to be alienated from God. Certain things that we do in our life would cause us to be estranged from God. Certain things that we do in our life will cause us to betray God. Certain things that we do in our life, we will begin to deny God. All right? And when you reap, the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. But this is my field. This is my field. This is my yard. But God is telling me what to do with my field. You know why? Because God don't like selfishness. God don't like for a person to be selfish, which means this is my field, and if it's mine, this is mine. And I don't have to share it with nobody. God don't like that, man. God said, when you have a field, leave it open for the fatherless, the widow, the stranger, so that they may come to your field and eat and be satisfied. Eat and be satisfied. The laws of God don't teach us to be selfish. These commandments don't teach us to be selfish. These laws don't teach us to have self-interest only about you. And if you're that way, then you can't serve God. You can't do these laws. There's no way you can do these laws only thinking about yourself. Because when you do certain things, you always got to think about others. You got to think about others. Sometimes a person may not agree. That's because of their mindset and how they lived. And then the person makes certain changes. All right, don't worry about it. I'm not going to do it. But they're right with God if they do it. But they don't do it because they don't want to hurt you. That's a person that thinks only for himself. That's a person that only has self-interest. Let's read.
Verse 10.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape.
I said, stop going to your yard and taking everything. Don't go in there and clean everything out. He said, save some for the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Save some for those people so that when they come to your field, they can sit there and eat. They ain't got to beg. We didn't have beggars in Israel. I was able to go to your field and eat till I'm full and then leave. Let's read.
Thou shalt leave them for the poor and
For
stranger.
the poor, for the stranger.
I am the Lord your God.
I am the Lord your God. Let's read it.
Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely.
Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely. What is stealing? Stealing is when you take something that don't belong to you. No matter how you do it. And sometimes not because you're pursuing and pushing for God, these thoughts are not going to come to your head. But what stands out and what's important is that who God have around you to pull your coat when these thoughts come to my mind. Why I say that? Why I say that? Because I'm going to use myself for an example. I'm doing the garbage. I'm doing the garbage in my in the building garbage, right? I didn't just take it. It was a box that was sitting there for weeks. So I called someone, told the person about the box, and I told them, God made me tell the person I was going to take it, but the person corrected me. I said, thank God. That means I am not that far away. God did not allow me to violate. Iniquity is going to come to our minds. We got to be able to detect it. And if we're not able to detect it, God is going to put you in a situation where put you in a situation and allow you to call somebody where that person is going to correct you into where you don't do it. That's when you know you're in somewhat in good graces with God. Tom Sheep.
You shall not steal.
You shall not steal.
Neither deal falsely.
Neither deal falsely. The word for dealing falsely is kakash. Kachet shin. It means to lie. It means to disappoint. To disappoint is to lie because you said something that you was going to do and you didn't do it. You disappointed me. Okay, let's read.
Neither lie one to another.
Neither lie one to another.
And you shall not swear by my name falsely. Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord.
We go back.
And you shall not swear by my name falsely. Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God.
Ye shall not swear by my name falsely. Falsely. You don't swear and lie. Very rare. You hear, listen, when a person swears and you don't hear that person swear like that at all, he telling the truth, man.
Take it serious.
I can't take a person serious that's always swearing. Because at some point in time, during one of those swearing and oaths, and I swear to God, you're lying. So we got to be careful. That is something sacred. That is something that you don't do all the time.
Just to put a willow.
But when you do it, you listen, y'all don't hear me swear. Y'all never hear me swear. But just know, when Shaman really swears, I'm telling the truth, man. I'm telling the truth. Because guess what? I don't know about you, but I don't use God. I don't profane the name of God. I don't swear and lie on my God.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor.
To defraud your neighbor. I think the word for defraud is ta'ashok. It means, what verse you at?
13.
Yeah. Okay, hold up. He said, and ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shall thou profane the name of thy God. To be profane means to be common. To be profane means like to be the to be like
regular,
the world,
regular,
to be regular.
Common means regular.
To be common means to be like the regular people. God gave us these laws so that you don't be regular. I ain't regular.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not regular.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not average. I observe the Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
There are laws and commandments and statutes that we need to follow and learn. When you get unclean, go wash.
Mm-hmm.
You go pick up a roach or a bug or something with 4 legs, go wash your clothes.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't pick up the rat in the garbage.
Let's do some
You
law.
know why I can't pick up the rat in the garbage? Because I gotta wash my clothes. And I don't feel like washing my clothes. So I ain't picking it up. That rat gonna stay there. I'll pay somebody else to do it. But you know what? I don't like doing that neither. How you gonna pay somebody to break God's law? How? I'm not doing that, man. The rat stay there. Somebody else pick it up on your own. Go pick it up on your own. I'm not ordinary, and I ain't regular. My mindset, the way I think, ain't ordinary. The mindset, the way I think, is not common. My ways is not common. My ways is not regular.
Mine's neither, bro. Yeah.
Let's read. What verse we at?
Verse 13.
Verse 13.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor,
Yeah.
neither rob him.
That's verse 13. Lotai shok. Lotai shok means extortion. Extortion. In order for you to have this business open here, you got to pay a certain amount of money. That's extortion. God said, don't do that. Or else, right? Don't extort thy neighbor. Neither rob him. We can't rob. Don't take nothing by force.
The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning.
The wages of him that is hired, which means if you have a business and this guy is working for you, you have to pay him at the end of the day. And if I don't have a business to where I can pay the person at the end of the day, then I'm not going to have no worker. I don't care where I'm at. I'm not going to have no worker paying them every week, every 2 weeks. I'm not doing that. Because God is against that. And I don't know how God is going to feel if I do those things. You know why? Because he never stated that the laws are different. He never stated that the laws are different when you're uprooted out of Jerusalem. This is why I still stand on when you have sex with a woman, that woman becomes your wife. Those are the rules that God said. Those are the rules that God said. And when you're having sexual relations with this woman, she's just not your girlfriend. You don't look at her like no girlfriend or no regular woman. You having sex with her with intentions of marrying the woman. Now, we have to take it a notch higher now because of where we at. But the laws of God still stand. We having sex. You are my wife. You are my wife. But I want to set you up. Let's go to downtown. Let's sign some papers. Get that certificate. And now we're married by the government now. The stamp is there. Now we're married by the government now. Because these things are serious, man.
Yes, sir.
So that's why it's not good for a man to be promiscuous.
That's it.
Sleeping around with this one, that one, and this one. It's not good for that. And that's a decision that the man has to make.
That's right.
Because this is a decision that man has to make.
That's right.
With himself.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not curse to death.
What verse you at?
14.
Let's read it. Thou shalt not curse the deaf. The man is deaf. And he can't hear. But you talking about the man that is deaf.
Right.
He can't hear what you're saying. Mm-hmm.
Nor put a stumbling block before the blind.
Nor put a stumbling block before the blind. The word for stumbling block is a meek soul. All right? A meek soul is when you cause you cause a person to fall into waywardness. When you cause a person to fall into iniquity. When you come up here and you teach things contrary to what God said,
right,
and you have people following it.
Tell them it's okay.
Huh? You have people following it. Okay, let's read.
Nor put a stumbling block before the blind.
Uh-huh.
But shall fear thy God, I am the Lord. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment.
You shall what?
Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment.
Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. When you are judging a matter, there's a way that we have to judge a matter. Number one, you cannot judge a matter and the person that you said is guilty, he ain't there.
That's right.
What kind of foolishness is this?
Gotta be there.
Yeah.
You're judging matters and the accused is not there to protect himself or to voice his opinion.
Yeah,
and you guys come up with decisions while the person is not there. What kind of Hamanus court is this?
Hamanus court.
I forgot the word I used to call
Kangaroo court.
Kangaroo court. Kangaroo court, man.
Man, racist court.
And guess what? You want to be you want to be truthful? The so-called courts that we are having, oh Israel, it don't count here. Because if you come up with a decision, oh Israel, about this person, and they still do it, you can't do a God. You can't do nothing. Because when you go to approach, all he got to do is call who's above you. 911. And when the police come, the police, the only court that stands really in all is the government.
That's just running it.
The police. That's the government. So you go ahead and kill that man for committing adultery and see if you don't end up in Rikers. And then from Rikers, you're going up north for life. Go ahead. Not saying you can't do it. You can do it. Get away. Make sure you get away. Because by all means, if you start doing that, you're going to jail. God said to pay. When you stole, he said you got to pay the principal and the fifth part. If the person don't want to pay the principal and the fifth part, you can't do nothing. Can't do nothing. Take it in your own hands. You take it in your own hands, you're going down. Certain things cannot be fulfilled and done here because we are in another nation land. That's why God said, listen, Israel got to get out of here, Pharaoh. They can't serve me with them being here in your land. Realize something.
That's right.
You can't institute your own rules in my house.
That's not happening.
Understand that, man. Don't we understand that?
That's right.
Because you have people like that wants to institute their rules in your domain, in your crib. You go get a house and let somebody go in your house and tell you how to run your house. How you gonna feel? You ain't gonna like it. You say, wait a minute, man. This ain't your crib. This is my rules here. The rules that you want to implement doesn't stand here. These are mine. You want to implement your rules? You better go get your own crib. You gotta get your own spot. You gotta get your own land. This is Egypt. This is Pharaoh's land. And this is the rules here. That's why Moses told him, listen, we gotta go. We can't do offerings here. We can't do nothing here. We gotta go.
Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor.
What verse you at?
15.
Okay, there, yeah. You shall not do unrighteousness in judgment, right? Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. When we are judging a matter, partiality goes out the window.
Yeah.
We can't be partial, man.
Favoritism.
I said we can't be partial, man. Brother, sisters is out of the window.
That's right.
The only thing that stands is who is right and who is wrong.
That's right.
Not because you my brother, I cannot side with you and you're wrong. Because you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And God did not say, listen, this is the standards that we have to go by. These are the standards that we have to go by. It said 2 or more witnesses to establish a matter. If you had 2 or more witnesses to establish a matter, that's what establishes the matter.
That's right.
Who heard what? Who seen what? If you didn't hear and you didn't see, then you need to shut your mouth. Lo ta'aneh be'aka el shakwel. You should not answer as a lying witness. You should not answer in a lying witness as a lying witness, man. You ain't got nothing to say because you didn't see it and you didn't hear it.
That's right. Monkey.
You know what we go off on now? And guess what? The monkey believe it too, man.
Yeah.
Feelings.
Yeah.
You know what's the other thing? Intuition.
Yeah. That's the same thing. And what you said, the monkey.
Your intuition is your feelings. What you formulate in your mind that you think is right. But you're supposed to be following God. Your feelings don't count. And your intuition don't count with God. God said, what did you see? What did you bear witness to?
Right.
Huh? What did you bear witness to? What did you hear? If you ain't seen nothing and you ain't heard nothing, then stop the foolishness, man.
Right.
This is why it's very important to read the book, because we need to begin to change our mindset to correlate it with God's mindset.
Right.
Let's read.
Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Verse 16. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer.
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer. You know what a talebearer is? In the Hebrew, it says rakil means a slanderer. A person that slanders is a person that defames another person's character. A false oral statement about a person. With no proof. With no proof. I don't understand how people. Let's read.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. You know what it means to stand against the blood of your neighbor? When you know that your neighbor was who? Your neighbor was one that served God. These laws was for Israel. Was given to Israel for Israel. It wasn't for the outsiders. It wasn't for everybody. Okay? So when God is talking about your neighbor, he's talking about Israel and the strangers that lived, that came within, that was treated as ones that was born, the homeborn, treated at the homeborn. Okay? So it's talking about your neighbors. When you find out that your neighbor is in deep trouble and people is haunting them and trying to take his life, you got to stand with him. Don't allow that situation to go down and he lose his life, because then you stood against the blood of your neighbor.
You see the danger coming.
You was able to put a stop to it. Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou
shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. How do you hate your brother in your heart? The book is going to show you what hate is. What denotes hatred. Okay, let's read it.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor.
Rebuke your neighbor. So when you don't rebuke your neighbor and show the person where they're going wrong, then you hate them. You despise them. Go ahead, read. Rebuke thy neighbor.
And suffer not sin upon him.
Not suffer sin upon him on his account. Because if I don't rebuke you and show you where you're going wrong, it goes down as if I done it. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against
Thou
the
shalt
children
not
of thy
avenge
people.
nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. You know, God stopped King David from taking vengeance. God stopped him from taking vengeance. He was going to wipe out Nabal and everybody there. But God stopped him using Abigail to bring whatever she brought to stop him right there. That's when the Most High is guarding the feet of his saints.
That's right.
Huh? We still have saints here in the earth. We still have people here in this earth with the determination to serve God. Why? Because he didn't destroy it yet. God said that. He said, I ain't destroyed the earth yet. He said, because we still got a few people here. We still got a few people here with the heart and the mindset and the determination to serve me. But when there are nobody here,
None of these people are born.
when nobody's here serving God, guess what? That's when the destruction is coming. He's going to destroy this place. I don't want to be around. Tom Sheep.
Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender.
No, verse 18. Go back.
Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge.
Bear any grudge
against the children of thy people.
Why you like bearing grudge?
Wow.
A grudge is when you hold on to something without even speaking about it.
Word.
A grudge, that's a grudge. If you have a grudge or you have a problem, what God said, he said, go to your neighbor and speak on it.
It may not be so.
It may not be so. Dead it. You don't hold on it for dear life.
Like a woman.
And then when you dead it and you speak on it, leave it alone. Why do we go back and forth, back and forth? You never left it alone.
Never left it alone, brother.
Oh, you know what? I'm just going to leave this alone. We speak about it. Oh, sometimes there's no clearance here. Boom, 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 boom. Ain't no clearance with you.
Bug out.
But you still hold the grudge.
Yeah.
And the grudge that you're holding, you ain't right. You act on it and you ain't right in the grudge that you're holding because there's no reason for you to hold that grudge.
Yeah.
There's no reason for you to hold that grudge.
Talk about it.
Tom Sheep.
But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Love your neighbor as you love yourself.
I am the Lord.
You know what loving your neighbor as you love yourself is? When you consider that's consideration. The laws of God teaches us to consider each other. And if we don't consider each other, that's not love. The book shows us what love is. The book shows us and tells us, that's why I said, love is not spoken. It's shown. So if I consider you, I will make sure the things that's necessary for you is done. Huh? If I consider you, I will make sure that I will watch my words, that I don't say certain things to hurt you. Or to, you know what I mean? That's consider. We gotta consider each other. And whoever comes with you and whoever's with you, I gotta consider them. They're not with you. That person is with me. And he or she came with me. So if you consider me, then you consider them. That's the laws of God.
He tell you what love is.
All that is love. All that, that's what love is. It's explained here. what love is. Love is considering each other. That's all love is. That's all love is. Considering each other. If you can't consider people or consider each other, then you don't have love in you. There is no love in you. You can't love nobody. You're not able to love no one. So now you got to think and play the tapes back. Have this person been considering me? Ask yourself that. That's what we all need to do, is ask ourselves that. This person that I'm with, have they been considering me? My father and my mother been considering me. My children been considering me. Has my wife been considering me, or have I been considering my wife? Because it's both ways. She considered me, and in return, I consider her. And that's why we become one. That's love. When you can't do that, you can't love nobody. You can't even love God. Because to consider God is to be perfect with his laws. I consider how God feels, so I won't violate the laws and the commandments of God. Let's read it.
You shall keep my statutes.
Where verse at?
19.
Okay, God.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender.
Ye shall keep my statutes. What are the statutes? A statute is something that don't change. The statutes are the laws and the commandments of God, like the Shabbat. The Most High said, not the Most High. Nehemiah said, all that can understand. And if you have a congregation with people that cannot understand, then that congregation is not valid. You need to have a congregation with people that can understand, able to discern between good and evil, holy and profane. We ain't talking about children. We're not talking about children. We're talking about grown-ups. Grown-ups, not children. And that's what makes the congregation valid.
That's right.
All that can discern between good and evil. And you know when that went down? God wasn't talking about 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds, because they didn't stand in the time of Nehemiah. They was with the mothers. They're being suckled and taken care of with the mothers. Huh? They're not there standing up. They're innocent. Leave them kids alone.
Stay still.
Leave the children alone. Monkey, you sit down and listen, like my father used to say. Yeah. Let's read.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind.
It don't mean that it's an uneven yoke.
No.
The book ain't said nothing about anything being an uneven yoke.
No.
He said, don't allow your what?
Thy cattle.
Your cattle
Gender.
to gender. The word for gender is kilayim. Kilayim means a mixture or hybrid. Mixture means for them to live together. What's those two animals that's mentioned?
Cattle.
Cattle. Gender with a diverse kind. Okay? There's, well, you can't, what's the word? You can't, no. What? You can't domesticate theirs. They're not, you can't hold them. But cows and sheep or lamb, bulls, you can't have them together. They all had their own living quarters. Yeah. Nowhere in the book spoke anything about an uneven yoke. Nowhere in there. Because you can't show me where the book said anything about an uneven yoke. They didn't work them together was because God said you're mixturing them, you're mixing them, and you're gendering them. Okay? Okay? Let's go. Let's read.
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed.
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed, which means it's talking about planting. I didn't read nowhere in here where God spoke anything about pollinization. Don't tell me nothing about pollinization. Chief Prince King of Zabunda. People had the damn that's a great place. Crown Chief Prince King. Flattering titles. And these people is really, what does it say? Man, let me play something else, man. Titles started where? In Benai Zacking. Okay? Benai Zacking. So the only ones that's supposed to be making titles or putting titles on people are men from Benai Zacking. Who is? My father passed. Prince of Paul and Prince of Rishadai. Nobody else supposed to be making no titles about putting people on titles and giving people titles.
That's correct. That's correct.
Only two people are supposed to be giving out titles.
Unless you're going to give
it's Prince of Paul
and
Prince of Rishadai. That's it. That's it.
They didn't sanction nobody.
Bald head. Bald head. Bald head, shaved face is a chief.
Where we at? It said, "Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind," which means the cattle should not be living together with other different cattle.
Only his own kind.
Okay, with their own kind. Each cattle live amongst themselves. Nowhere in the book specified about an uneven yoke, and I didn't see it there, and you can't show me that. Let's read.
Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee.
No, all right, okay, hold that. It said mingled seeds. How is the seeds mingled? When you plant them, an apple seed with another different, a lemon seed or another string seed, an apple and a peach, and you plant it, and you don't know what's coming out of it.
That's what nectarines are.
Okay? All the different types of apples, I'm going to eat that. I'm going to eat Macintosh. I'm going to eat Red Delicious. I'm going to eat the green apples. I'm going to eat all the apples. I don't care if it formed through pollinization. That's not what makes it mix, because it wasn't two different seeds planted. God is talking about planting. Actual planting two different types of seeds. Okay? Time sheet. Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee. Why I didn't say cotton? Because cotton didn't grow in Israel. Linen and woolen interwoven. Okay? Now, there is something that I need to find. There is some information here that I need to find here to show you. Okay? Because these things have an effect on your skin. It affects your I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I'm gonna go to it right now. There it is. Let me find it quick fast. And I think, was it Zechariah or Prince? No, it's not Yehoshua. It says, do not wear mixed fabrics. Okay? A doctor named Heidi Yellen did a study on fabrics, and this was the conclusion. The human body has a signature frequency of 100, but when God tells us not to do something, he didn't explain it, and he feel he don't have to explain it. He just said, don't do it. God knows why he commanded you not to do it, because it's going to affect you. So he said, don't do it. Oh, you want to eat an animal? Make sure the animal is cloven foot, part the hoof, and chew the cud. God knows why he tells us these laws, when to do it or what not to do, right? He said the human body has a signature frequency of 100, right? And organic cotton is 100. Therefore, you don't want to wear a garment under 100 that is lower than the frequency of the human body. So our human frequency of the human body is 100, And the frequency that we get off these clothes has to be 100 so it can match. So it can match. So when we wear clothes that's 50-50 or 75-25, the frequency is not matching, which throws certain things off. The chemistry of the body off. Okay? A sickly, nearly dead person has a frequency of 15. And materials such as polyester, rayon, silk, and spandex register at 15. Science proves that any fabric worn that has a frequency less than 100, our bodies put a strain on us, which causes diseases, inflammation, and other sicknesses. The only super fabrics are wool and linen. The only super fabrics are wool and linen. You ever thought about why God mentioned that? That was the only fabric that they wear. And before I read that, my father said that. Yep. And I'm listening, and I didn't understand it when he said it. I didn't understand a word he was saying. He said, man, he said, I never read in the book where our forefathers wore cotton. He said, you know what? I'm coming out all this cotton. That's the mind frame. You see the mind frame of this man, I love him for it. Yeah, man. I love him for his mind frame because by me seeing, he taught me and I learned just by watching him and his mind frame and how he thinks. And now my father has already set that path and set that ground for me to follow and walk in. Because number one, it correlates with what God says. It's what God said, man. He set that path years ago before I read this. He said, I said, man, what? I said, man. And then when you hear it, you reject it in your heart. Yeah. You know what I mean? But go ahead, let me finish reading. Science proves that any fabric worn that has a frequency less than 100, our bodies put a strain on us, which causes diseases, inflammation, and other sicknesses. The only super fabrics are wool and linen, both measuring in at 5,000, which energizes the body and helps fight diseases. As for linen and wool, they have the highest atomic frequency signature of any fabric, totaling 5,000. So when you combine the two together, they cancel each other out to zero. You hear that, man? That's deep, man. That's deep. That's deep, man. That's deep. And God didn't see fit that he had to explain. And this is why we cannot serve God, man. We can't serve God. When my father just learned about God, and he's coming from that other world, from witchcraft and necromancy. You know what I noticed with him when he met that brother Chief Kime in the store? You know what drew his attention to the store? Mask. I said African mask. You know why those things drew him to it? Because those are the things that they use in seances. Yep. Those are the things that they use in witchcraft. But people take it. People go and buy these things and decorate it in the house, not knowing that they're harboring their houses with evil spirits. Okay? So and those are the things that drew him to it. So when he went, he thought to match wits in that world. But the brother came to him and said, no, I don't live that way. And came to him with the book, took him to the kings and the wars of David. My father didn't question. He didn't question. He didn't have no opinions. He didn't try to correlate it or make some type of comparison with his past life to what he was learning. You know what that means? At that point in time, everything that he was taught in his past was left alone. He dropped it. So that's how you know when a person really want to serve God. You don't come to me and I'm showing you how God is, showing you the laws, showing you the things that God accepts, and you got a question. Oh, but what about this? Nah. Nah, you're not gonna be here for long. People like that don't be here for long. People like that don't last.
That's right.
Because you got too much questions.
That's right.
You got too much questions, man.
The law is not the question line.
Okay? Let's read it.
Verse 20. And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid.
Verse 20. Whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid. Right? Now, the word bondmaid is shifka. Shifka means a maidservant. She's a maidservant. A maidservant. Now listen, now realize something. Maidservants, men servants, these was occupations.
Occupations, jobs.
These was jobs. They didn't have too many jobs back then. It was either in the field, work in the field, or you was a servant, a maidservant. And the laws of God came. Now the law for a manservant and a maidservant was different.
That's correct.
The manservant was able to leave at the 7-year release. The maidservants had to be spoken for. Her family come and he come and get her. Redeemed her. Right, that's the word. He had to come and redeem the maidservant. She just can't up and leave. So they all that was done because of the need of being able to take care of themselves. Okay? So it says, and whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a maidservant,
she shall be scourged.
Betrothed to an husband. Betrothed meaning engaged. She's engaged. She's promised. This woman was engaged or promised to me. Tamshi.
She shall be scourged. They shall not be.
He said, and not at all redeemed. She wasn't free, nor freedom given her. She shall be scourged. The word for scourge is bikoret. It means investigation. This situation has to be investigated. All right? It has to be investigated. You can't go according to what people say. The situation, and if you have a certain mindset or you're thinking one way, the situation has to be investigated. See if the person's actions matches what you feel in your mind. See if it's true or not. Just don't move off of how you think and how you feel.
Yeah.
The person's ways and his actions is not matching what you're saying out of your mouth. So how is it true? How? Read.
They shall not be put to death because she was not free.
They should not be put to death because she was not free. That only go according with the maidservant. But if you're not a maidservant and you're engaged to a man and you have sex with someone else besides the man that you are engaged with, that's a death penalty for you and him.
That's right.
You both gotta die.
Right.
Okay? The only reason why she don't die is because she was a maidservant. Why? God didn't put why. I don't know why. I'm just a doer. Read.
And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord.
Not her.
He.
She ain't got to bring a trespass.
Which
means she ain't guilty. She ain't did nothing wrong. You know why she not guilty? Because us, men, we're the pursuers. We're the one pursuing. We're the one pursuing. You are the one running this. If it don't go down, that's because you didn't want to go down. But it went down, that's because you wanted it to go down. The man was in charge, and God charged the man for whatsoever went down. Whatever went down, the man allowed it. So God charged the man. Now he has to bring his trespass offering. Tamshi.
And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass. To the door offering.
Of the tabernacle of the congregation. All offerings was brought at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. You had people in the 80s that sent up offerings and sacrifices. Huh? That sent up offerings and sacrifices, and these things call for a death penalty.
It's being done now.
Death penalty, man.
They're doing it now.
Okay? And Thompson, read.
And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for his sin which he had done. And the sin which he had done shall be forgiven him. When ye shall come into the land and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised.
What verse you at?
23.
Okay. Now, when you go into the land and you plant, it's uncircumcised. What do you mean by uncircumcised? Uncircumcised means you cannot touch the land. You can't touch the fruit. Leave it alone. Go ahead.
And shall have planted all manners of trees for food, then you shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised.
3 years, you can't touch it. Read.
It shall not be eaten of.
It shall not be eaten of.
But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise
in the
Lord.
4th year is used to praise God, which means in the 4th year, whatever comes from that field, you have to take it and give it to the priest. It wasn't burnt on the altar. The only thing that was burnt on altar was the fat and the blood. But these fruits was given to the high priest. When you gave to the priest, you gave to God. You gave to God. Tamshi.
But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof.
The 5th year we can eat from it.
That it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. You shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment.
Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantments. These things works together. The consumption of blood and doing enchantment. Nakash, meaning divination, augury. Nakash is the same word that was used for a snake. Okay? Enchantment, divination, augury, Augury, A-U-G-U-R-Y, means what? Predicting the future. Especially by omen.
By signs.
Let me see your hand. Let me see if you're going to live long. Let me see what's your life going to pan out. Well, you're going to be rich and you're going to meet a Chinese man and then...
Well, listen to them.
Okay? And we listen to that. Divination, seeking knowledge of the future or the unknown by supernatural means, bringing up spirits and talking to my forefathers, my ancestors. When you stop doing these things haunt you.
That's right.
Because you're entering a world that you should not be into. These spirits are not your friend.
No.
They will kill you.
Yes, they will.
You continue to summons up these spirits and doing all these predictions and future readings. These spirits will haunt you. That's why you see now, mainly women I'm seeing on Instagram and YouTube, how they sitting down with their leg crossed like this, talking about they're trying to connect with their chakra.
Chakra. Sage burners.
Chakra is damn.
It's a word that they use in their spiritual.
Chakra.
It's supposed to be their spirit or something like that.
But it's deeper than that, man. Like
a lot of more women are into it than men. That's correct.
Chakra came from the lifestyle of Indians. All right? I'm just going to give you the definition. Each of the center of spiritual power in the human body, usually considered to be 7 in number.
It's the spirit.
Dealing with the spirit.
You don't find that in the book, man.
Nowhere in the book tells us to do some damn chakra.
Meditate.
And connect with your third eye. No, none of that. You don't read that in the book.
It's witchcraft.
Under that inner connect with my inner
and when we get into these lifestyle and start doing these things haunt you. When you leave off, they haunt you and they try their best to get you back. So they conjure up and stir up certain situations, put certain thoughts in your mind, got you believing a lie. That's not what it is. But they was determined to pull you away from serving God. Whether you go back to it or not, God was done. They got you away. Now, guess what? Being that you're away, because the only thing that's going to stop these spirits from attacking you is God and these laws. Being that you're away from God, you will continue to be attacked.
You will be entwined with your chakra.
Let's read.
You shall not eat anything with the blood.
You shall not eat anything with the blood.
Neither shall you use enchantment.
Neither shall you use enchantments.
Nor observe times.
Nor observe times.
You shall not round the corners of your heads.
You shall not round the corners of your heads. And you know Israelites don't like talking about this verse.
They don't talk about this chapter.
The only way they talk about that verse is if they keep it at the English. Because that was a Hamitic custom. When it says to round your heads, those are things you can't round my head. My head is already grown to its fullest. My head ain't growing no more. Your head ain't growing no more neither, John. I don't think you've grown already. You're done growing. You don't stop your growth.
They do that newborns.
But you do that with babies. When they first had the babies, they will put certain gadgets around their heads and shape their heads.
Right.
That's rounding their heads and what?
Neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard.
Okay. Now, we're gonna get in, we're gonna dig into this. Okay. Now, what verse is that?
Verse 27.
You shall not round the corners of your heads. All right? Lord takwipu. The word for round is takwipu. The root word is quipa. You shall not skim off. You shall not skim off of what? The corners of your heads, which means Israelites not supposed to have haircuts. And the book never specified where was the corners. So therefore, you don't skim off nothing. Leave your hair alone. But a lot of all Israel is cutting their hair, sitting in barbershops, shaving their heads. You even got bald heads in Israel. What are you doing? What are you doing bald?
Chief Baldy.
What are you doing bald?
Prince
And
Baldy.
then they call him a chief.
Yeah.
How are you a chief, man, and you're bald?
And you bald, man.
How are you a prince and you're
And
bald, man? Sup? Sup?
Yeah.
He said, you should not round the corners of your heads, neither shalt thou mar. The word for mar is tashkit. Tashkit means to corrupt. Neither shalt thou corrupt the corners of thy beard. So you can't cut your hair and you can't cut your beard. When it specified that Ishbosheth didn't trim his beard,
Doesn't say that.
in the Hebrew, it don't say beard. It says safam. Safam means mustache. All right? Tamshi.
You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you.
Uktobet kwa. That's tattoos. You should, if you have any tattoos, you should be trying to remove those tattoos before you die. You don't want to present yourself and go before God with tattoos, because whatever you have on while you're alive, the tattoos that you had inscribed in your skin while you're alive, when you go before God in the spirit, he still sees it. He still sees it. And these are things, those are markings that we don't need to have on our bodies. There are ways to get rid of tattoos. Get rid of them before you die. All right? Tamshi.
Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore.
Time out. We didn't have whores in Israel. God was against prostituting a daughter of Israel, all right, to be a whore. The whores that gathered around Israel were women of other nations. There were foreign nations, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Midianites, all these different nations. But we didn't have whores in Israel. Let's cut that and let's go to Job chapter 8. I like what my brother said. He said, God was angry not for what these man them did. God was angry with them for what they said and everything that they done voiced out of their mouth. Huh? Blasphemous words against God. We're gonna go to Job 8. But before I go to Job 8, I want to touch on something quick fast. Go to Job 8. I'm going to Psalms 28. It says, unto thee will I cry, O Lord, my rock. The word, look, man. Now, when you crying to God, what do you call that? You're praying. You're praying. And when you praying for someone, how in the world could you voice out of your mouth that your prayer that you sent out your mouth for a person or you're praying to God was fake? It wasn't real. You can't say if it wasn't real because you don't know a person's heart. Only God knows that man's heart, if that prayer was sincere or not. God knows if it was sincere. You're not God, man. You got to leave that alone. You're not God. When you pray for someone and go out your way to put your own words together to suit the person's situation, the person look at you and say, you don't care. That's dangerous. You are a dangerous individual. You can't see that that was care and consideration. Huh? And hoping after you put those prayers together with using the Psalms and the words of David, because that's the only way God will accept it. Huh? That's the only way God will accept it. When we write and come up with these prayers, we use the words of King David and Asaph. You don't pray before God using your own words. You cannot. Because these prayers was put together by holy and righteous men that was chosen by God. That was the elect ones.
You can't say nothing better than David.
You can't say nothing better than King David.
You know what I mean?
You can't say nothing better than Asaph. Talking about personally, he's talking about, you know what I mean, God. Certain words you can't use with God. Certain terms you can't use with God. You got to be careful. Because guess what? God would be angry at your voice like he was angry with Eliphaz and Bildad and Zophar because they used words and they said certain things that angered God. Let's read. Job 8.
Then answered Bildad the Shuhite and said, how long wilt thou speak these things? And how long shall the words of thy mouth be like a strong wind?
You know who he talking to, right? They're all jumping on Job. He said, how long? Job, what?
How long wilt thou speak these things? And how long
are you going to continue to speak these things? How long are you going to continue to say these things and voice these things? Come, see.
Doth God pervert judgment? Or doth God...
Do God pervert judgment? What is pervert? Awet. Ayin, wab, tab. Tab. Awet means to pervert. When you are pervert, it means what? To alter from its original course. You know what alter means? To alter means to change. What is the original course? The original course is what God has set up. You don't change from the original course that God has set up. Right? Original course, original meaning, or the original state to a distortion or a corruption of what was first intended. Now it's corrupt. Okay? What is this distortion? Because when we read and we study these laws, we got to look up the word meanings of these words so we learn what to do and what not to do, what to stay away from, what to stay and what to get close to. Right. Distortion means what? The act of altering something out of its true, natural, original state. When you change and alter what God has set up here in the book.
Of kind.
That's right. Like changing of kind. Right? Corruption is what? Is a form of dishonesty. Form of dishonesty. Time sheet.
Or doth the Almighty pervert justice?
Do the Almighty pervert justice?
Oh, no.
What is justice? Justice, zedek, meaning righteousness and justice. Justice means what? Just behavior or treatment. So there is a way to behave before God. There is a way to treat people, okay? To conform with what is morally upright or good. What is morally upright or what is good according to the standards of God. Righteousness is to have a just and reasonable basis when dealing with matters. That's righteousness.
Based on these laws.
Based upon the laws of God. That's how I must deal with this situation. Based upon what God said. That's how I must deal with this situation. We can't continue to deal with certain criteria and situations according to how you think and how you feel.
Walk mine.
Time sheet.
If thy children have sinned against him, and he have cast them away for their transgression.
He said, if your children, he said, if your sons has sinned against him, against who? Against God. This is Bildad telling Job that. He said, if your children, remember, at this point in time, his sons and his daughters are dead. So he goes to Job and said, if your children have sinned against him,
and he had cast them away for their transgression.
Now he's in his mind.
In his head.
Listen here, man. Listen here, man. Yo, man. We don't have the mindset of God. And we don't know why God do certain things. And they didn't know why God killed Job's children. So guess what now? Oh my man. Listen, man.
Drop it.
We got to stop. Because now we are learning what pissed God off. You know why? Because we think we can explain and tell you what God means when he judges you. Don't do it. When a person do something that is unlawful, right? And God judge him, put him in jail, put him here. You got to be careful. Don't say, he's wicked. Because he did this and did that. Or because he did this and this. You don't know why and where it came from. That's what he just did. He said, your sons have sinned. And God has cast them away. But he don't know that God allowed the adversary to kill his own seed was because of his testing. To test him, to see how fervent he was with God, to see if he was going to curse God. So the Most High removed the edge around his household. Remove the protection because of Job being so righteous with God. The protection was expanded around his own, everything that he owned. God protected his land, his cattle, protected his children, protected everything that belonged to him. But they didn't know that. They just voicing and thinking that, hey, God, Job didn't even know. He don't know what's going on.
He didn't know. He used to send out offerings for his children.
That's right.
If thou wouldest seek unto God be times, and make thy supplication to the
If thou wouldest seek unto God be times. You know what be times mean? Not one time.
Many times.
Not 2 times. When you're seeking God, this is every day. Every day. Right? And now you're learning that when the part of seeking God or searching for God is when you're making supplication. Right? Tikkaneng. Supplication. Tikkaneng also means to implore favor. Tikkaneng also means to entreat. To implore means to ask someone to do or not to do something in a very sincere, emotional way. Huh? How many times we done did that? How many times you go before God in tears for a loved one, praying for them and hoping that God deliver the person in a sincere, emotional way, right? And God delivers the person. Have pity on the person that you prayed for. And we pay God back with our back.
Yeah, man.
We pay God back with disobeying his laws.
Yeah, man.
At that point in time, when God has delivered that person that you prayed for, now it's time for you to get right.
Yeah, all the way.
All the way right.
Yeah.
To show your gratitude.
Yeah.
To show your appreciation.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's how it's done.
What our faith implore to implore what? To implore favor. An act of kindness beyond what is due. You are not, you look, beyond what is due, you went overboard with it. Go ahead. Now hold on. Entreat. Entreat means what? To plead with, especially in order to persuade. You're pleading with the person to persuade them from doing what they really want to do. That's what Moses did with God. He entreated to God on behalf of the nation of Israel. Because God was going to destroy these people at the grounds of Mount Sinai. And if Moses would have stepped aside and left God alone, he would have wiped everybody out. Everybody would have been dead. But the one thing that Moses thought about was God's name, the name of God. By God doing that, it would have caused the nations to talk junk against God, which means by us representing God, by us representing the Most High in His laws, it calls for us to behave in a certain manner so that the people out there don't talk junk against your God. If it wasn't right then, it ain't right now. Supplication is to entreat humbly. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
If thou wouldest seek unto God betimes and make thy supplication to the Almighty, if thou wert pure.
If thou was pure.
And upright.
Pure. What is pure? What is the definition of being pure? The word for pure is zach. Zayin kasofi. Pure or clean. What is pure? Free from vidiots, free from weakens, or free from what pollutes. Okay? We're going to get into those three words. Vidiots is what? It means free from moral faults or guilt. Right? Vidiots also means to make faulty or defective, often by the addition of something that impairs. That's iniquity. That's what iniquity does, not to the physical. That's what transgression does, not to the physical, but it impairs your spirit. It makes your spirit be impaired to where it becomes faulty. And the things that's faulty and defective, it can't be used. Buy something from the store. If it's defective, you got to send it back.
You won't bring it back. That's right.
To weaken, right? Not able to resist external forces. The external forces is the outside force. The external forces are the forces that try to pull you away from God. Put you so far into your own ways that you can't perceive it and see it. So you allow these things to conjure up and be stirred up in your mind, and you follow suit with it, knowing that you're only on the road to destruction, or withstand attack. You know what the attack is? The attack is a spiritual attack. Spiritual attack goes on in the mind.
Yeah, that's the fight.
Thoughts and opinions and ideas done formulated in your mind that cause you to act upon it to pull you away from God, pull you away from the laws and the commandments of God. It also means not firmly decided. And that's why you were able to pull yourself away, because you was riding the fence all the while. You ain't make your mind up. The whole time you've been sitting here, because if your mind was made up 100%, nothing could pull you away from this. Nothing could pull you away from this. So the test got to come different with certain people.
That's right.
Test got to come different with me. You can't put nothing in my head to cause me to run from this. You can't put nothing in my head to keep me to run from keeping Shabbat. Because that's not, I'm past that level. I'm on a higher level now. I'm up there now. So now the spirit and the external forces got to come different with certain people. Pollute. When you are polluted, it means what? To make physically or spiritually unclean. This is an uncleanness that you can't see. Physical, there is a physical uncleanness. Yeah. Spiritually unclean, both of those exist. Tom sheet, is that it? Where we at?
Verse 6.
Okay, yeah. If thou was pure and upright. Hold that. Now, the word upright is yashar. Upright means straight, upright, correct, or pleasing. Straight, meaning exhibiting. You ready to come?
Yeah, whenever you're ready. I'm ready on time. Whenever you're ready.
Straight, meaning exhibiting honesty. Exhibiting honesty and fairness. This is what you're emanating. This is what you're showing. Being fair and showing honesty. This is something that we need to be strived to be doing, right? It also means free from extraneous matters. Okay? Honesty, being straightforward. Adherence to fact. Be able to agree with the facts. Because not only a person that is honest, always telling the truth, is honest, a person also can have traits of honesty by agreeing with God.
Right.
People think, I don't lie. I always tell the truth. So I'm honesty. That's just one way of being honest. Another way of being honest is to agree with the facts, agree with God, agree with the Creator. So I tell lies, and I got to correct that. But I do have honesty in me. We all have honesty in us. We got both. Honesty and lies are deceitful in us. We just got to wean out that evil part. Wean it out. It also said free from evasiveness. Evasiveness means to avoid commitment. To avoid commitment or self-revelation. When you avoid commitment, you don't commit yourself to God. Self-revelation is the act of showing your own thoughts, feelings, and opinions. That's heavy. Self-revelation means
that's your intuition.
Your thoughts, your feelings, and opinions, and nobody can detour you away from those thoughts and feelings and opinions that conjure up in your mind. You could be wrong. You ever thought about that, man?
It could be frickle.
You could be wrong. You could be wrong. There's no facts about what you're formulating in your mind. There's no facts about your feelings and opinions. When you fear, you're free from self-interest. Okay? When you're fair, you're free from self-interest, conforming to established rules. Pleasing, meaning agreeable. You're agreeable. You agree with who? Agree with God.
Mm-hmm.
To correct means what? Agreeing with facts or things known to be truth. But we have to accept the book to agree with that.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
If thou were pure and upright, surely now he would await for thee and make the habitation of thy righteousness prosperous.
Verse what?
Verse 7.
Okay.
Though thy beginning was small, yet thy latter end should greatly increase. For inquire, I pray thee, of the former age, and prepare thyself to the search of their fathers.
He said, for inquire, I pray thee of the former age, and to prepare thyself to search of your fathers. Go back.
Go back.
And ask their grandmother, your great
The old
grandmother.
heads.
Ask the old heads how this thing was done.
That's right.
Because the way it was done was better
The
back
old
then.
way.
The old way was always better.
This
God
new stuff
said
ain't-
that. This new stuff ain't good.
ain't working.
Because God said, follow the ancient path. And when you find it, walk therein.
Walking.
Tom She.
For we are but of yesterday and know nothing, because our days upon earth are a
Go
shadow.
to verse 13.
Verse 13.
Uh-huh.
So are the paths of all that forget God.
This is the path. This is the direction of people that's going to forget God. Uh-huh.
And the hypocrites.
And the hypocrite. The word for hypocrite is kaneth. Kaneth means to be profane, to be common, right? It also means an imposter. Tom She.
And the hypocrite's hope shall perish.
Uh-huh.
Whose hope shall be cut off, and whose trust shall be as a spider's web.
Uh-huh.
He shall lean upon his house, but it shall not stand.
He shall lean upon his house, but it shall not stand. The word for lean is sha'an, means to lean, and it means to support. He shall lean upon his heart. Do you really think the head of the household don't depend on his own house?
Yeah.
I want my household to depend on me, and in return, I depend on my household too. You don't think the head of the house sometimes get weak? So he had to see some strength. I saw my pops, he said, this guy here is doing what I'm doing. He said, nah. He said, nah, you're not going to be ranking with me, brother. He said, I got to step it up a whole notch.
Right.
Let me see you follow me. And when you follow me, he said, I'm going to step it up more.
I'm going to go to the area where you ain't going to go.
I'm going to go in the spot where you can't go. But the parent, the head of the household, is looking for support from the household because we feed off of each other. All right? To support means to uphold or to maintain. To lean means to rely on support or inspiration. You got to inspire me. Go ahead, read.
He shall lean upon his house, but it shall not stand.
Uh-huh.
He shall hold it fast, but it shall not endure.
Uh-huh.
He is green before the sun, and his branch shooteth forth in his garden. His roots are wrapped about the heat and
Go to
sea.
verse 20.
Verse 20.
Uh-huh.
Behold, God will not cast away a perfect man.
Wait a minute. The word for cast is ma'as. Ma'as means to despise, to refuse, to reject. And when you're being rejected, God is you're refused, you're not being accepted. He said, God will not despise or hate or refuse or reject a perfect man, a whole man, a complete man, right? Neither will he help. The word for help is yach-chazik. Yach-chazik means to strengthen or cause to grow firm. Neither will he strengthen or cause to grow firm an evildoer.
Uh-oh.
So how do you expect to get strong or grow firm with God if I won't change my ways?
Uh-huh.
If I won't change my ways with God? And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what we brought. I had a lot more to go too. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail.
Dad would say he'd tell you roll on. He'd tell Nick, take it to sundown.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to chief men, prince men, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, God.
We're going to rise and face the east. Not face the east, but we're going to rise. Recite the 10 Commandments. Repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquities of the fathers
visiting the iniquities of the fathers
upon the children
upon the children,
unto the third
unto the third and fourth
generation of them that hate me,
generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them
and showing mercy unto thousands of
that
them
love me
that love
and
me
keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless
that taketh his name in vain.
that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor
6 days shalt thou labor
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh
is
day
the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
And in it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor
nor
thy manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land
that thy days may be long upon the land
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy
You may
neighbor's.
be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. But if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shall thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. That was the constitution, the commandments of the Most High God that was given to Moses to give to the people and teach the people, this is how you're supposed to live.
Yeah.
This is how the whole world is supposed to live. This is how the world would have been living if they didn't eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. If they didn't touch that tree, okay, everybody would be living like this. It wouldn't be a commandment where you got to tell you have it naturally in you.
That's right.
Okay? God did not make this world to be what it is now.
Right.
Stop blaming God and stop asking him why. Why? because your fathers messed this up. Wickedness is here, and the wickedness is continuing. We're going to go to Deuteronomy 22. Okay? God didn't make this world to be like this, the way it is now. God didn't make it so people could worship idols. Did he?
Nope.
All this stuff is man's fault. And in time and in the generations past, man takes everything that God hates and makes it a law. And makes it, this is a holiday now. This is a culture now. And now it's been done so long, and everybody does it. I told y'all, people who hate each other for their skin color celebrate Christmas. They celebrate the same holiday. They celebrate they bow down to the same idols. What's going on? That's why God gave these people, just these people, because of a promise that he made with one man who, Abraham, he said, that's my friend. He said, that guy's my friend. So you know what? He had such an impact on God. He impressed God. But God told him, be perfect, walk before me. Meaning, you got to change your life. Recognize now that when you're living this life on this planet, you're before God at all times.
Right.
So now you got to be perfect. Now that you know who I am and you know I'm watching everything, you can't move how your father taught you to be and how your aunties and your uncles and your cousins are. You got to be, no. You're supposed to love them, but you can't live amongst them. You can't live like them.
That's right.
In order to get your own ground and have your own family doing this, you can't be around family.
Your own mother and father.
Okay? You're a grown man, right? But there's nothing wrong with a man still living with his parents.
No, not at all.
As long as he's honoring. That's because he's the boys, the men, they stay there.
Right.
They stay there and hold it. In this book, they stay there and hold their fathers down.
That's right.
Unless their father say, I'm making you marry her.
That's
You're going to marry her. Other than that, I'm not looking to do that now.
That's right. That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? That fathers make those decisions. The father not around, the mother make this decision. The mother's decision is just as concrete as the father's decision. It must be respected. You have to honor your mother too. Not just your father, not just your mother. You have to honor both. You have to consider. What Chief Sherman said is correct about our words and our speech. I can't be so upset at this situation. It's an ungodly situation. It's not right, right? But I still have to behave in a manner. Because my mother's there. Because my father's there. Because what? God is here listening. Okay? You don't want to go too far with this. Even in rebuke. Even in stuff. You know why? Me and you supposed to have a conversation about God, right?
Right.
Peacefully.
That's right.
Something is wrong if me and you are talking about God's and something else come out of it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Our conversation is supposed to be on God. But if we can't talk about God, keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
Because that's why I keep my mouth shut. On this day, the most talking I do is when I'm up here. You ain't gonna see me do too much talking once I come down. I've been trained like that. Oh man, he's wrong. Okay, you know what? We'll deal with that tonight. If it's a violation, we'll deal with that tonight. Or you know what? This thing is getting heated. Let's go somewhere else with that. Let's sing. Let's sing. Songs is being played. Let the song pray. It's praising God.
Relax, Johnny.
Okay? He said, He said, love thy neighbor as I love thyself. We don't show too much love for each other, man. Consideration is love. We got to start showing that. As a family.
The blow up.
No. The family, when it's Xmas time, everybody's happy. Everybody is happy. Everybody is forgiving. Everybody is comfortable.
Nobody blows up on the next one.
No, there is no blowing
The
up.
littlest thing.
If there's a problem, we ain't dealing with that. As a matter of fact, it's no problem
No
now.
problem.
You don't leave them people alone. They serve their idols the way they're supposed to.
That's right.
With faithfulness and devotion.
That's
What
right.
God wants from us. God wants that from us. And the proof is in the pudding. Our behavior and our actions show that it's look. I'm not for me, and I'm not for you either. And you're not for yourself, and you're not for me.
Right.
God said unity is beautiful, and he compared it to the oil that ran down Aaron's beard. He had a beard, okay, down to the skirts of his garment. Skirts of his garment is a robe.
Right.
It's a beautiful thing. Deuteronomy chapter 22.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or sheep go astray.
Remember, a lot of these laws were given to farmers, shepherds. That was our occupation. That's how we took care of our economy. That's how we ate. We didn't have no stores to go to. There's nobody bringing in shipments of food from another country to you're on back here. It wasn't set up. The world is not as it seems today.
That's right.
When you read this book, this world doesn't exist that you live in right now. Okay? Certain things that exist today did not exist back then. Certain things that people said and did not exist back then. It grew. Evil, wickedness grew. When he told these people that, these people, mostly everybody out there, were farmers. When you want to eat, you got to plant. That's why you got so many laws about sowing. You don't take two seeds and put it together. Why? Because you're going to come up with an idea in that farming. That's why God put it there.
That's right.
He knows his creation. He knows the evilness intent that's in there now.
That's
So
right.
he said, yo, don't do that. Why? Because there's no store to go to. They were independent people. So certain laws, a person may say, well, why you got it? What? That don't make no sense. Because you have not accepted what you heard. See, God got laws for everything. He said, thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray. We had oxen, we had sheep, we had lamb, we had cattle. Sometimes you leave that door open, crack too long, guess what's going to happen? Casey, we got a cat named Casey. She's going to walk up and she look, nobody around. She's going to notice that door open. And you know what's going to happen?
Right.
She's going to go out there. That's what animals do. That's what babies do. They're curious. They wander. Okay? One time, I'm coming out and I hear meow, meow, meow. I'm looking all over the place. Guess where she was? Upstairs. Somebody left the door open and she went out there. But she's scared. She ain't never been out there before. Animals and kids wander off unsupervised. Unsupervised. It happens. So he said, don't see your brother's ox or your ass. How you know it's your brother? How you know whose ox and ass it is? Branding. Branding. Cattle branding. Cowboys do it.
Yeah.
And that's where they get it from shepherds and farmers.
That's why in the book it said burning for burning.
Burning for
The
burning.
Hebrew said burning.
That's
for burning,
right.
Branding for branding.
And my brand got my name. It's not a flag or a symbol, all right? My name. That's it. Mikael, Chief Mikael. All right, this is Chief Mikael's. So I can't take this home with me because that's food. You know that, right?
That's right.
That's food for days. An ox.
Oh man, that's
My
a lot.
ox.
That's a lot of food. That's a lot of food, bro. A lot.
That's why he said, if anything left after the third day, burn it. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Now I see your sheep or your ox. Oh man, somebody's ox got out the yard. I'm supposed to get it. get it and take it back to you. He said, thou shalt in any case bring them again unto thy brother. In any case, you know what that means? Well, I never really liked the brother. Nah, I ain't got a problem with him. He always got a problem with me. See, all of that got to go out the window.
That's right.
That's what the man mean when we said we put ourselves and our emotions before God. He said, in any case, because sometimes you two guys might not see eye to eye. But guess what? Guess what? Whatever come from you, your children, any possession of yours, hey, I may not like you, but I'm going to treat it as if I love you. In any case, thou shalt bring it to your brother again. That stops you from thinking anything. Say, in any case, any situation. All right? Time sheet.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt in any case bring them again unto thy brother. And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee.
Now this guy, his cow or his ox is in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
They wander, yo. You see it on the news sometimes.
Yeah, they wander.
You got farms upstate New York, and some of the goats and the cows come off the farm, pigs, and they be all in the road and stuff. Right? He said, or if thou know him not, maybe you don't know this guy. Israel, there's a lot of people in Israel, with countless people back then. Not everybody knew everybody like that, especially if you live far away. He said, it shall be, he said, then thou shalt bring it unto thine own house. You bring it back to your house. It's not yours, though. It sounded like God saying, keep it, right? No. He said, if you can't find out who it belonged to, you don't know the guy. Nobody knows who this guy is. We don't know what we know who he is, but he lives very far away. Okay, check this out. Bring it to your house.
And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or if thou know him not, then thou shalt bring it unto thine own house, and it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after it.
He gonna come for it. But there's one thing, boy. Oxen and lambs and goats, you're not gonna take no loss. Saul, remember Saul?
Yeah.
What was he searching for?
His father's flocks.
2 of them got away.
Yeah.
2 or 3 of them got away. And he went searching valleys and he went over mountains. He was so far away. He said, yo, I got to get back home. I've been out here for a long time. For days. Going 3 days. Yeah. You send your child somewhere and they take longer than they're supposed to. You worry.
You worry.
You worry. As a parent, I'm going to tell you, you worry.
That's right.
We disregard our parents, man. We don't consider that the worry they go through. They've been worrying since they was in their stomach. Your life in danger when you're in there. You know that, right?
That's right.
It's still danger. It's danger for her. It's danger for the child.
That's right.
He said, let me go back, man. They ain't had phones.
No. Ain't no phones.
Ain't no iPhone. Ain't no Androids. None of that. So everybody don't go too far away from each other too long because they didn't have that. So the idea was not to be away from the parents like that. There was no mailman. Later on they had a post, but that was just for the king. It wasn't for everybody. We read about the post. The post. A man that delivers messages. He did that for the king. You don't do that for everybody. They didn't have mailmen. Okay? But I got to bring him back here. And then after a while, he going to come looking for it. Somebody got my ox, man. And I'm going to come looking for it. Hey, Mikael, yo, somebody out there, man, say, I think he's looking for his ox, man. Remember that ox that you got? I think that's him. I check and see, what's that brother's name? Yeah, man, I got your ox. Come on. I didn't take the ox home or the sheep home and ate it and used it and for the fleece, I didn't make a rug out of the skin. It's not mine. God said you keep it. You take it back to your domain where it's safe and protected. Did that man come looking for it? He needed it. Come, she.
And thou shalt restore it to him again.
I ain't gotta give you no money either. I don't owe you nothing. Nobody owes nobody nothing. You did this because God said it. You're not looking for nothing, because sometimes people want to pay you. And it's a good trait to also have. Now, I don't want you just doing stuff for me free. Hey, let me give you something. But sometimes I say no. I told somebody the other day, I said, I don't want no money. That was not my intent. I didn't do it expecting money. I didn't say, well, look, listen, I'll take care of that if you give me this. So I had to check myself. If that wasn't my intention, I ain't gonna take that. You know what I'm saying? Because I did it, just to help. He said, man, because you know, I said, no. If that's the case, I told you, give me $50 and I'll help you. Yeah. And then you'd be like, okay, cool, that's good. But I didn't come and do that, so I don't want the money. Oh, man, but you ain't doing nothing wrong. Listen, in my heart, I know what's in there. In your heart, you know, everybody knows what's in their heart. That's why I said be circumspect. I go in my heart. All them words and definitions this man bring, I check and scan my heart to make sure I don't have that in me. And if I do, I knock it out. I got larceny in me. Know how I know? And I got rid of it? Because my thing was extortion. In the streets, incarceration, that's how I lived. I ain't hustle nothing. I ain't rob or steal nothing. It was extortion. Here's a sheet of paper. This is what I want. If you don't give it to me, don't get it for me, I'm going to have the rules run down on you. You're not going to live here. That's how I was moving. Certain stores had to pay me. Yeah. Or I let the block run through you. That's wrong. That's wrong. Can't do that. I'm forcing you to give me money that don't belong to me. Or else violence happens. God don't like that. And I was doing that to people who don't serve God. He still don't like it. No. Can't do that. See, I could sell a heathen something that died of itself, right? Right. I can give him that, right? But I can't steal from him, or lay with his wife, or covet his house. Right. See the difference? Time sheet.
In like manner shall I do with his ass, and so shall I do with his raiment.
You do that with any animal that belongs to your brother, and his raiment, his clothes, his possessions. What God's saying here is that anything that belongs to this guy, you don't see it on the floor, or it's falling over it, and you just disregard it. Time sheet.
In like manner shall I do with his ass, and so shall I do with his raiment, and with all lost thing of thy brother.
Anything that he lost,
which he had lost, and thou hast found, shalt thou do likewise. Thou mayest not hide thyself.
Man, you know what hide thyself mean? Not that you won't handle it, because he's not here. That's the ox. What you do is you don't do nothing about it. You know, I say, man, nah, that's why we speak and say, oh, no, that's my ox, that's my ox, leave that. Same thing. If I don't say nothing, I hid myself. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way.
Sometimes they got too much weight on them. Sometimes it's a ditch, okay? And they fall, and everything that was on their backs that they had strapped on them is felling. You need help now. He said, don't see the man going through all of that. And you don't stop and help him to lift them up again. So sometimes you on the road, the car dies. Now you on the road now. People passing. And you got one person that has some type of consideration. They'll pull up, hey man, you need a jump? You know what a jump is. Get the wires to one battery to the other battery, juice up the dead battery so you can get home. want people to pass you and pass you, man. You might be out there all day.
Mm-hmm.
But see, in Israel, we didn't do that with each other. I'm passing the road and see you in trouble, you need help. I'm gonna help get you put the stuff back on top the ox or the ass so you can go about the way.
Right.
It's like this is kindness of God. Walk where we going, hold them down.
He might be a long way too.
Yeah, it's gonna be no. You're gonna get tested in these laws. You'll say, oh wow, but the Lord tell me to help him, but I ain't gonna be able to do this over here now. They didn't think like that, man.
No,
They
right.
did it. And whatever had to be handled over there ain't that big of a deal. That was just in your head to stop you from doing this. Tells you.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his
Verse
ox.
5.
The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man.
Woman cannot wear men's clothing. This is why women in Israel do not wear pants, shorts, leggings, or underwear panties, which is nothing but a short pants. Miknasayim is the word, the Hebrew word for pants. If anybody knows our language and know about our language, final mem, it ends with a final mem, meaning it's the final letter in that word, okay? Mem, M in the alphabet. Miknasayim, meaning male possessive. Anytime it ends, anything ends in Hebrew with a final mem, artifact. Any artifact or thing, that means it's a man's possession. That means this is what men wear. This is what men use. This is what, you understand?
Right.
Yeah. The women wore girdles under their robes. The men wore linen breeches, pants, short, with the sign under theirs. But the woman didn't wear the breeches. So women are not supposed to be wearing pants. And as far as the world concerned, the world ain't start wearing pants until the late 1900s. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
World history will show you nobody was wearing pants as a woman in any culture.
Yeah.
Even here in America, there was a time the woman wore them big, man. That thing is big. You can't even see how she's shaped. And she got the garter. The garter belts was to help keep the girdle in, right? But now, the garter belts, they're just naked. So you see all these things. You see the panties. You see it's G-string. It's just a string. But it's still a pants. Because you have to put your underwear on the same way I put my pants on. It's still a pants. Make a silent. Okay? It means male. It means it's a possession of a male. It's possessive. That's the term. Some of these vowels that we have in Hebrew show it's possessive for man or possessive for female. Certain words are used in Hebrew only towards God. Yeah. The word beseech. We don't use that with each other. You use that with God. Term sheet.
Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment.
And you ain't supposed to be wearing a woman's garment. But when everybody start changing of kinds, you know what changing of kinds is, right? The two kinds is gender. Changing of gender. Kind means gender.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So when they start changing their genders, when the man start wanting to be the woman and the woman start to be the man, this goes into play now. Now the men want to wear skirts. You want to wear a sundress with nothing under it in the sun. This is what we got to deal with today. And you can't do nothing about it.
Yeah.
You got to leave that alone. As long as they're not messing with you, leave them alone. Be wise. Use wisdom. We don't just go out there and just start and stuff, but leave those people alone. As long as they don't come around us with it, leave them alone. Let them serve their idols and be who they want to be, man. You can't do nothing about that. You should be more concerned controlling you in your house. That's what you can make a difference on. You can't change the world.
No.
Jump sheet.
For all that do so are abomination unto the Lord.
So that means now if a woman has a pants on, right, she becomes an abomination.
Mm-hmm.
Wearing those pants makes her an abomination the same way the swine is an abomination. I don't know where Israelites today getting it from, because I'm hearing Israelite women saying that, and they were born in this, saying that they can wear pants. They didn't wear pants. None of the women back here wore pants. None of them.
So how is it right for you to wear it?
How is it right? I don't understand that. You don't have no unisex. There's no such thing as unisex. You can't buy anything that's made for man and woman. It can go either way. You know what I'm saying? This watch is slash. They don't use the word unisex no more because it's been hammered. They say men / women's. You know what that means? A man can wear it, a woman can wear it. Don't buy that. The men don't buy it, the women don't buy it. That is uni. They're trying to unite the genders.
Mm-hmm.
Can I wear a bra? I would look stupid, right? They say, hey, what's up with me? What you doing with pants on? Oh, Israel's sister that was born in the way of life. I was born in the way of life too. So you can wear my pants. Huh? I can wear your skirt. No. This thing is one way. You cannot wear the attire of men. No. Women wearing suits. Look, we don't wear suits, but it's made for a man. You understand that? Sneakers was made for men because sports at that time, woman was not involved in it. You didn't have women reporters. You didn't have women referees. That was a man. Sports was a man thing.
That's right.
In time, it got altered.
Right.
Now, you got men wanting to be women in women's sports. Okay? See what happened? See what happened when you don't want to follow God's law and everybody, oh, no, you can be whatever you want to be. And then you see what happened? Mm-hmm. You're going to get offended by going along with the ideas.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't going to like it.
That's right.
Because you accept these ideas. Time sheet.
If a bird has chance to be with 40 in the way in any tree.
Look. I can't put on my woman's slippers.
Nah.
Oh, man, I got to run downstairs again. Come here, slippers, baby. I can't put her slippers on. I can't take her robe and put it on. And women love to wear their men's clothing. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, what you doing? Now you can't wear my stuff. Just, so no, you can't wear my stuff, man.
Yeah.
And she took it off. I threw it in the garbage. Because if she wearing my stuff makes her an abomination, I ain't wearing that no more. I'm just being careful. I said, why not? But see, it's strange because everybody does this. And everybody's taught there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, God say it is. I don't care how cold you are. I ain't putting my jacket on you, baby. You see, I came out with a jacket. You should have brought a jacket. I'm not taking my clothes off and putting it on a puddle for her to walk over it. Man, walk around. Culture today is about uplifting, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Uplifting homosexuals, uplifting rude children, okay? They're promoting kids that don't have to listen to their parents. I'm seeing this everywhere in sports, in cartoons, in shows, in movies. It's too much of this. They ain't got no say-so in the kids' lives, but they take care of them. The man ain't got no say-so, but I gotta take care of everybody. Everybody can come to me like this. And look, I'm good as long as I shut my mouth and take care of everybody. What's up? That's what this world is. So they don't want nobody doing this. Anything to keep you from serving God. What's up, man? Nobody likes to feel unappreciated. God don't like it. Man don't like it. Woman don't like it. Children don't like it. It's a feeling that's not cool. Nobody likes it. So don't do it. I want I don't like it. I'm not gonna do that to you. That's righteousness, right or wrong.
Right.
Whatever I don't like, I ain't gotta read this for that part. Whatever I don't like, I just don't do it to you. Then maybe I can serve God. Time sheet.
If a bird has chance to be before thee in the way in any tree, or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young.
The dam is the mother bird. There are times eggs. I don't see it. There's a nest right over the store on the corner. When you go in, you look up, you can see the pictures right there, right? And if you look real good, you see the nest, perfectly round nest. Okay,
right.
Sometimes the eggs drop right before you go in the store. You see little small eggs drop, boom, boom. Sometimes the whole nest drop. So now the nest drop. She can't pick that whole nest up and put it back up there. She made the nest in the tree. Now she in danger. Cats, possums, raccoons. They gonna eat them eggs. She can fly away, but they gonna get them. So God said, look. When you run up on this situation and you see the nest on the ground, the dam sitting on the eggs, he said, whether they be young ones or eggs, they could have been hatched also, right? He said the dam sitting on the young, because she still sits on the young, keep them heat, right? He said, or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young. You can't take the young birds or the eggs, right? And the mother together.
Right.
He said, but thou shalt in any wise let the mother go, let the dam go.
Then go and take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee.
Now, what do you do with the eggs or the birds? You don't eat the eggs. The eggs is not for you to take home and eat.
No.
If that's the case, why you save them? Because the dam is good. She would go on by herself. You taking those birds to save them from being eaten, trampled on, and dying. You take them, and they live in the country.
Right.
They don't live in the city. So you could take the nest home and put it up somewhere in the tree or put it somewhere. You know what happens? Do you know what happens? The dam will follow you. I've seen it with my own eyes. The dam ain't gonna, that's her kids. Okay? They say, get the dam away. She's gonna fly away. You're gonna walk. While you walking, she there watching you. Right. And wherever you put that nest, she gonna go there. I've seen it done. I've seen people take up nests in the country. I lived out of state. I've seen it. And people take the nest, and I've seen it go in his backyard and put the nest in the tree. Boom, boom, boom. Within half an hour, they say, yo, look, man, that's the same bullet. Because people do that naturally. How people see birds and they pick them up, or a Maine cat, you know what I'm saying? Take them in and take care of them. This is law. And it's dealing with birds. You ain't even eating them. It's not for consumption. Tell you. And wait. It said that it may be well with thee. That act, that act that you did of rescuing them, because that's what you did, right? Right. It makes things go well with you in your life. How about that? Right? And that thou mayest prolong thy days. This is a life stretcher. It add on days to you. Just that right there, if you get a chance to be able to do this. And you understand what I'm saying? Right. Because not everybody lives around places like where you would just find a nest anywhere. Tell you.
But thou shalt in any wise let the dam go and take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days. When thou buildest a new house.
You see what it said? You see? The laws of God is life.
That's right.
That's why it says that. You see, and that thou mayest prolong thy days. Okay? This thing bring life, man. Tell you.
When thou buildest a new house, then thou shalt make a battlement for thy roof.
We don't build on a new house. We're not in a position for that. Any house or anything gets built, it's being rented out to. Okay? Yeah, we live here, but we only pay to live here. I can't go on the roof. I'm not responsible for that. The people that live in this building are not responsible for that. They didn't have places where multiple different families lived in. Every tent, that was a family right there. That was a family right there. This here is piling up people on top of each other. This here is living in the city walls. Like Rahab.
Right.
Rahab the harlot. She lived in the walls, because the walls that surround the city and protect the city are very wide, so that the top is wide like Eastern Parkway. You got chariots going this way, chariots going in. It's a street on top of the wall. In the wall are homes, and people lived in there.
Right.
That's how we live. This is a replica of living in the wall. Apartments. They didn't have apartments. They didn't have apartments. They built their own. First, it was tents. They lived in tents in the wilderness. Right. When they finally, for 40 years, they lived in tents. Okay? After that, we moved into Israel to houses that was already built. So we had to put a battlement. A battlement is a gate surrounding everything so that nobody will fall over the roof. If you go on this roof right now, you better be careful. The thing is only up to here. You gotta be like this, look over. Because just like this, you might get dizzy and fall over. But if the battlement is here, the gate is up here, you ain't falling over. Okay? Nobody gets sued. Because that happened, to only get sued now, right? Yeah, somebody could fall. He said, that thou bring not blood upon thine house. Meaning that person that died falling off your roof, that blood is on your, not just you, it's on your whole house. Verse 9.
When thou buildest a new, thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with divers seeds.
Sow thy vineyard with divers seeds. I got a vineyard, a vineyard, that's for the grapes. Okay? I can't take two different types of seeds. Okay? He said, lest the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown and the fruit
Of
that
that vineyard
come from that be defiled.
defiled.
The whole vineyard is defiled.
That's right.
The whole vineyard is
Everything's
defiled.
defiled.
You got one seed, you plant one seed. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Okay?
That's right.
There's no reason for planting even two of the same seeds. I got two orange seeds here. Why am I planting them together? Seeds get planted by themselves. You got one seed get planted. The next one get planted. And that's how you keep that. Tells you.
Thou shalt not plow with an ox and with an ass together.
Thou shalt not plow
With an ox
with
and
an
an ass
ox and
together.
an ass together. Now, people say, this is another, sometimes you will read one thing in the law and you'll read the same thing in another part of the law. Because we was in Leviticus 19 with this, right? With the diaper, right? He said, but for people to say it's an uneven yoke, don't say that here.
Don't say that there.
Now, as a person that worked on the farm and lived out of state New York for a long time, they mate with each other. You can't have two different animals plowing.
No.
Somebody gonna jump on somebody. Somebody gonna jump on somebody. They're animals. God don't want them hybriding each other. They can't work together because they are going to breed together. When you put them to plow, it's not all the times they pulling. Sometimes they stop. And the plow machine today ain't the plow machine back then. They never said an uneven yoke. Never said that. It said, verse 11, thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts of different fabrics, as of, again, the same example, linen and woolen together. And the man just gave you the scientific details. Maybe that would help you out too, because people need more. You need scientific stuff now. Oh, now that makes sense. But God just saying it didn't make sense. See what I'm saying? It needs to be made sense to me for me to follow it. And that's not how it goes. Abraham didn't get everything at one time. He didn't understand everything one time. I heard him ask one question. He said, well, how am I going to have all these kids? And how am I going to have sons when my wife is barren? My wife is barren. We ain't doing nothing. Nothing happening. And I don't have no kid. He said, all I got is Eliezer of Damascus. I took him as a son. This is my main servant. When I was passing through Syria, he picked him up. Because Eliezer is from Damascus. So Abraham passed through there and got him from out of Damascus. That's in Syria right now. God said, look, don't worry about that. You're going to have a son that comes from your own bowels. I'm going to bless him. And your seed going to be blessed through that. Don't worry about it. He didn't say, well, how you going to make that happen? That was it. He left it alone. He said, okay, I don't know how you're going to make it happen. But God says it's going to go down. It's going to go down. I'm not worried about it no more. That's our mindset we have to have. Verse 12.
Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters of their vesture. Wherewith thou coverest thyself.
So, see, the other part where we read, it said the borders, right?
Right.
You go into the Hebrew, it says kanaf, right?
Right.
Where it says corners here, in this, it says kanaf.
That's right.
Same Hebrew word, am I correct?
That's right. Right.
Okay. Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters. So, if you read, you will see. Oh, wait a minute. There's a difference here. Over here it says quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Over here I'm hearing borders. So you're going to the Hebrew. When we went into the Hebrew, over here it says corners in the English. It means corners in Hebrew. Over here it says borders in the English. But when you read it in the Hebrew, it says corners. So they both mean corners.
Right.
No matter the English interpretation. They're supposed to be on corners. Top sheet.
If any man take a wife and go in unto her.
One more thing. It says, wherewith thou coverest thyself.
Mm-hmm.
Do I cover myself with that curtain?
No.
Do I cover myself with the curtain, y'all?
No.
You know what cover yourself with is? Your clothes.
Your clothes.
Your vesture. Your top vesture. Not your pants. You don't put the zissies on your pants. Some guys put it on their pants, but the waist is that right here. I've seen that too. Some people put it on their underwear and then bring it out over the pants. I've seen that too. Can't do these things. You got to do it the way. You know why? You know why? Because you got a lot of renegades that came into Israel and did things their way, wanted to be leaders, wanted to be teachers. You got everybody want to come in Israel and want to run and be leaders and teachers. I'm going to go get my own camp, right? But you ain't even been a good student to be a teacher. You got to be a professor. You got to be a top notch. You got to be head of the class.
Right.
Am I right?
Be a good student.
You got to be a good student.
Same thing here.
It's the same procedure. Most of these cats they were not good students.
Good point.
Oh, man, listen. I just like running stuff. Everybody, oh man, Moses, we can do it too. Why? You want prestige. Everybody want to be a chief. So we're gonna have all chiefs, no Indians, huh? That's what they said. They said you can't have all chiefs, no Indians, and all Indians and no chief, no leader. Time sheet.
If any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her.
Now, if any man take a wife, not if any man had a one-night stand.
Right.
Not if any man linked up. Sneaky link. One called sneaky link. Not link. My day was link up. Yo, let's link up, right? Today is sneaky link. Why are you being sneaky with the female you're linking up with? Why is she people know why? You ain't got no business linking. Linking up. That means to get together to have sex. Unmarried, unadulterated sex. No sneaky link. That's why I said if any man take a wife. I took her to be my wife. I said, oh, look. Yeah, I'm looking at her. And look, I don't just want her body. I want everything she got to offer. She gonna grow old with me. I want her body, and I want her mind. That means I want her to wife.
Right.
When they saw a woman, they said, oh, I like that. There's women all over the place, but there's gonna always be one catch your eye.
That's right.
What you gonna do? See, today it's different. Back then, you gotta ask. You don't want to say nothing to her. You gotta ask. Yo, man, whose daughter is that? Or who? Oh, she's out there over here. I saw a movie, Godfather. I think it was Godfather Part 2. He's walking in Italy, and they got the girls with the kids, and they're walking in the field, and Michael Corleone, he saw an Italian girl. She was pretty. He didn't say a word to her. You know what he did? He asked around. He had 2 gunmen with him. One of the gunmen said, yo, man, that's such and such. That's one of his daughters. That's his only daughter. She's got a bunch of brothers. He got a bunch of sons and one girl, and that's his girl. He said, okay. He said, I'm going to have to go and talk to her father. What do you want to talk to her father about? About marrying her. And these are Italians. They're Catholics. Okay?
They're having Catholics.
And right now, back in their, not here. When Italians come here, they become American. When everybody come here, they become American. My family is from Barbados, but okay, that's why I don't see Barbados. That's why I don't see this. That's why I don't see that. Everybody comes here to change their culture and become American. So over there now, in the whole old country, they call it, right? He found out, he went to the town, and he spoke to the father. The father owned a little restaurant. And guess what? He ain't just speak to the father. The guy went in there, and you hear the father say, what? Who want to marry my daughter? And when he came out, before he came out, his sons came out. His sons came while the pops was in there wilding. His sons came out, looking at Michael Corleone, the Godfather. They don't care he the Godfather. You want our sister. You know, Pops don't sound like he ready to give her up yet. So they came out and he's grilling them. But they didn't say nothing. They didn't make no move because the father didn't tell them to make a move, right? He's just complaining. So they like this now, watching him. He comes out. Go like this, his son's like, cool. He said, what you want to talk to me about? He sat down and the man said, yo, listen, my father is such and such and such and such. My mother is such and such and such and such and such. And I would love to have your daughter as my wife and take care of her forever and give you grandkids. That's what he told him. That's honorable, man.
Yeah.
That is honorable. That's what God like. But then now you got these females that you ain't getting from out the father house. Okay? Watch what you linking up with. Watch who you. It's a chance. She may come to do this. She may not.
It's a chance.
It depends on what's going on here. It's a chance. It's not a guarantee that the kids that you have with her is going to follow you and God. It's not a guarantee. You had more of a guarantee back then. So everybody has to be careful who you having your children with. The woman, be careful what man you marrying. Because the Israelite men got dirty ways too. Some of them got more dirty ways
And the woman.
than the woman,
Facts.
than the man out there. I
Facts.
see men deal with their woman more honorably. That's heathens.
That's a fact.
Okay? It ain't all on the woman either.
That's a fact.
Everything starts and finishes with you, man. With you. God called you a God and said, but you die like what? Like one of the princes. You fall. You die like men. You fall like one of the princes.
Well, I would say, leave the woman alone.
Leave him alone.
It's these damn men.
It's the men.
You're right.
And the woman don't hear that and take advantage of that either. Right or wrong?
Right.
Let me pick up for you. Don't get big-headed. Say, yeah, that's right. Don't do that. Keep that integrity. Keep that, you know what I'm saying? Because that's a daughter of Zion. You never read Men of Zion, have you?
No.
Always was daughters of Zion. These were special women. These were special women who didn't get prostituted by their fathers. What we read, do not prostitute your father. Do not prostitute your daughter. Because that was the way of the whole world.
Right.
Everybody did that. Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Syrians, everybody. And after a while, the Hebrews did it too. Something that God said not to do. He said, yo, man, don't be doing that. And he said, don't take your children and burn them to the fire. Don't dedicate your children to idols. Don't dedicate your children to idols. Give them a chance to serve God. Give them a chance. You know this to be true.
Mm-hmm.
People know this to be true. Tell she.
And give occasional speech against her.
Now, I take her for wife. I go in unto her means to have sexual cohabitations with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
To have a baby, right? Condoms didn't exist then. Preventative sex didn't. When I had sex with my wife, it's to have a baby. That was it. There was no freak offs.
That's right.
They didn't get down like that. There's no foreplay. Okay? No oral sex at all. That is worship to them and idol gods. Okay? That's what they was doing when the Midianite woman came and got them out of their camp. It wasn't just having regular sex.
Yeah.
It was masturbating. It was orgies. It was toys involved. Contests. Toilet contests. Wet t-shirt. All that stuff come from there, man. He said, so any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her. I went into her, but now I don't want her no more. Because you got some men that's like that. You got a lot of men like that.
A lot of men.
Most men like that. And you can't blame, because this is how the woman is now. So no. They're like that really because of men.
Mm-hmm.
You had gay men before you had gay women. The women started becoming gay when the men became gay. They didn't become gay first.
That's right.
Men did this first from way back.
That's right.
And that opened the door for the woman to do it.
That's right.
When men get weak, the women get weak too. It seems like they get kind of stronger. Because it said the Most High said a woman shall surpass a man. In certain things, she gonna get what you can't get. Yeah, she gonna get benefits from this city, benefits from this government quicker than you can. She'll get a job quicker than you can. It said woman, you can get a woman in places that a man can't.
Right.
Nowadays, it's like that. Certain things is allotted for the woman to rise. Okay? Look. This whole world is about the worship of woman. What kind of statue is in the harbor right now? Is that a statue of a man or a woman?
A woman.
And that thing like this, what does it represent? Freedom. So the woman is the one. When you come here, she's free.
In the history, it says symbolizes Isis.
Okay? And that's a woman.
That's correct.
That's a woman. All of those are
female
goddesses. And the head of those female goddesses is the moon. When people worship the moon, it's a female worship. It's female deity, Mother Nature type, all that stuff. Okay? And over that is the sun. We got to watch it. The daughters of Zion don't want to run the men. They want the men to run it for them. Hebrew women shouldn't have so much to say. They have too much to say to their husbands and to teachers and getting on the chats and trying to correct teachers. Okay? Listen, daughters of Zion. You can't correct your husband. The only man you could correct is your sons. This thing is getting out of hand. Look, what's this? Statue of Liberty, the origin. Both the Roman goddess, I ain't even saying this name, and the sun god. See? She represents both. she's a hermaphrodite. Yeah. According to what I'm just reading here, both the Roman goddess and the sun god. That's the origin of the Statue of Liberty. So it's not really just a woman. It's a man under there too. See, when you really find out, see what we just found out? The Statue of Liberty is a male and female idol. One represents the moon, one represents the sun.
Roman goddess of freedom.
Freedom.
Right.
Okay, and the one that said the sun, Sol, S-O-L, right? That means sun in Spanish.
Right.
Right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
That was the name of the man god, the man part of the Statue of Liberty. Okay, so you got moon, sun. That Statue of Liberty is a hermaphrodite. It stands for freedom to be as wicked as you want to be in this land against God. That's what it means. Because if it meant freedom, all these people that need a home will be able to come here and get a home, not have to sleep out in the streets. There'll be somewhere for them here. It's a big game, y'all. It's a big game. Tumshi.
And bring up an evil name. And bring up an evil name upon her and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid.
In the Hebrew, the word for maid is a virgin.
Virgin, Betula.
Betula, young virgin. Okay? What he's saying here is, I went into her, I took her for wife, and she wasn't even a virgin when I met her. Now, this is to show you something. The men in this book, they want virgins. It's a sacred thing.
If he wasn't a virgin, he was married.
That's what made the marriage sacred, because I got her from a virgin. She only knows me. It wasn't divorces going on in here, It wasn't no divorces going on in here. Okay? Because it's easier to manage a woman who you are her first. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Yo, look. I've seen men take woman virginity. Yo, the woman still ain't with nobody. You dude's trying to talk to her. She ain't trying to talk to him. She want him. Her first one. I see her today. I still see that with certain females. Yeah, one female said, I'm going to just chill. Maybe he'll grow up and mature, realize he got 2 kids with me, and he'll realize, see that I don't have nobody around trying to take his place. Look, he outdoing him, and she home talking about maybe he go. He took advantage of that, man. He was not supposed to leave that, man. He took advantage of that, man. And then you put babies in her. She a virgin. You put babies in her.
It's no good.
And then you go about your business.
That ain't good.
And she got to take care of herself. The city, this is why things the way they are.
It's not good, man.
That's why I said you take a woman, you take her to be your wife.
Right?
And God said, when a man has a wife, he has a possession. She made him an owner now. It's not just me by myself. I'm responsible for her. I got to hold her down, protect her, and teach her. And make sure she serves God.
That's when you possess something.
That's when you possess something. It's not possess. Everybody take the word possess as, this is money. That's it.
No, not like that.
I thought it was
No. Tyranny, none of that.
No.
Take care of her. Feed her. Clothe her. Love her.
And because of that,
love her.
you my world.
That's right.
No man can tell me nothing. Only you.
Isn't that what it said? When you get married, it said rejoice with her. I ain't teaching her the book. She left her father's house and she know the book.
She know the book.
Rejoice with her, nigga. This me.
She's getting to know
Loving,
me.
considering, y'all hugging
Yeah.
and baby and booing.
Affection.
Affection.
She's getting used to
shown
being
down.
with me now.
Come on, man.
And it's the beginning of a new era here.
That's a fact.
We're gonna have in a little while, we're gonna have a bunch of little ones running around here, talking, blowing the horn. Right, Noah.
Right.
Look at that. Your son is doing certain things you didn't get to do, and I didn't get to do when we was his age.
Right.
That's the advancement. That's what we're talking about here.
That's right.
We wasn't blowing the horn yet. We wasn't up on that
No.
yet when we was little.
No.
We got up on it, we were grown men. Everybody went and got their horn, right? I see Noah, he's sitting there. Look at his father. He said, I want to do a horn like that. Shama got him the horn. Look, this is my man Noah horn. My nephew's horn. This is his shofar. Not party streamers. Ooh, the thing come out and come in and streaming and all of that. Nah, man. No. Tongue sheet.
Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity.
The tokens of the damsel's virginity. Now, all the daughters have been taught this. Daughters don't get taught this today. Not even Hebrew daughters get taught this. They just say, yo, stay away from boys and that's it. That ain't gonna work.
No.
That ain't gonna work. And now they got this. You can't win. Once they're grown, they got this. They're on their own. The decisions is on them. But this is the sneak link. This is the sneaky link. All of it go here, right or wrong, bro. It all go on right here. I can't say, oh man, I took her and she wasn't a virgin. Because her mother told her that the night that when you get married is when you have sex to your husband.
Thanks.
When he takes your virginity. That's the marriage. That's the consuming. That's what consumes the marriage. You don't even have to have a party. The ring don't matter. That ring is sun worship from Egypt. Okay? And everybody respected it. Once I say, oh yeah, but this is my wife here. I took her to be my wife. She respected. She sees herself as my wife the same way I see her. It's a mutual thing. And guess what? Everybody else sees it too. That's the only way it works. Now, she tells her daughter, when you go up in there, you make sure the sheet that you laid and had sex on, not the sheet, a similar. Because she got a robe. She don't come out of the robe and get all but naked.
No.
Because the tokens of her virginity is the skirts of her garment. She lift it up. The man don't get fully naked either. We freaks. We Greeks. We Romans. They didn't even get all totally butt naked. You know why? The lights is off. Nothing to see. There's no oral sex. So he ain't got to do none of this. Get on there, have the regular way. And you know why they call it the regular way? Because every other way is corrupted. That's why they call it the regular way. So now he go into her. When he busts her hymen, and it's a piece of skin that's layered on the inside of the labia of the vagina. When the man puts his thing there and penetrates it, she will bleed. And that blood gets on her similar, on her robe. And then when they're done,
that blood is different than period blood. Ain't the same.
Look, for him to say she wasn't a virgin, you popped it. The blood was on you. That's why when he go out and say she wasn't a virgin, she get the same similar that blood, it don't get washed. She take that and give it to her parents, give it to her father, so that a dude can't say you was not a virgin. That means you was being a whore in my house, and that's a death penalty. So this was a very, very important situation for the woman. So the father and the mother bring up the tokens of her virginity, the sign that she was a virgin. This is the blood on her. This is what she wore the night you took her virginity, brother. How you gonna stand here and say that she wasn't a virgin? You did this. The blood is there. That's why I say you gotta be a bad dude.
Yeah.
Gotta be a bad dude.
Gotta be.
You gotta
To
be.
do something like that. You popped the virginity.
You know you popped it because the blood is
and
there.
deny it.
And look, and that's her responsibility. She got to take that and give it to her father. If no father there, her mother. If she lived with her older brother, give it to the older brother. And take that, wrap it up, and put it away. Because men lie. Men lie on women a lot. Ah, man, she was a hoe. That's you just want to dismiss every woman as hoe. But it wasn't like that when you was up in her. She wasn't that much of a hoe. She wasn't that bad when you was sleeping with her. He said, then, she shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders. Those are the judges. Right?
Right.
Okay, because look, you going around, somebody had told me one time, what did he say? He said, yo, when you come to apologize, bring it out the way you did when you offended me. You got on Facebook. Right? You see people post stuff about people, right? But they were wrong. You know what one dude said? He said, yo, man, I ain't said something, no apology. Dude, tell everybody on Facebook what you saying now. You already aired this out, right?
Right.
You need to cover that. Say, yo, man,
Yeah.
I was wrong what I said about Shama, man. I apologize. All that stuff I said, don't come to me like, yo, I was wrong. Tell everybody, because you went to everybody. I went to everybody talking about him.
That's right.
Do it the same way.
That's right.
Do the good the same way you did the bad.
That's right.
To the person. I see that a lot. People don't, they want to come in because it's a shameful thing to apologize for something that you did. Let everybody know. Because you let everybody know when you was mad and you was saying this and you was doing that. When you go on Facebook and say, yo, this post that I put up, this is over with. We good. Rectify it. Let everybody know it's rectified.
That's right.
Because you just wanted to put on a show. So we're going to go to the gates of the city because you don't tell everybody my daughter is not a virgin. So we're going to the gates of the city. And I got the proof. Bang! I pull out her robe with the blood on it. He in trouble. Tell she.
And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto his man to wife, and he hated her.
And he hated her. No. Look. Don't treat my girl bad, man. Don't treat my daughter like that. Don't treat my daughter like that. Treat her according to her. Treat her good, man. Because look, she ain't a bad girl. What he said? I gave my daughter. I entrusted this man with my daughter's life. And now he's saying, he bringing up speeches of hate because he says she wasn't a virgin. And if she wasn't a virgin, she gets killed. But the father knows he's lying. He says, and lo. He says, and lo, he hath given occasions of speech. He said, on top of that, he's talking bad about her. Okay? Mm-hmm. Speech against her saying, I found not thy daughter a maid. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. He said, this guy said she wasn't a virgin. But I got the proof right here. Got the proof. And he said, look, that's the courts. The gates of the city. Because that's where the judges sit.
Right.
Okay? When a priest retires from being a priest, he goes sit at the gate and become a judge.
Right.
Okay? And that's where the court is at. He said, whatever the judges determine, Now you got to do it. If you go against that, it's death. Tell she.
And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. The word for cloth.
Look.
Similar.
Similar. That's what I said similar earlier. Robe.
A dress, a similar robe.
All she did was pick this part up and do her thing, right? The blood is all over the place. Now take that off and wrap it up and give it to her parents, man. Because this guy's lying. Tell she.
Before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him. And they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he had brought up an evil name upon a daughter, upon a virgin of Israel.
Yeah.
And she shall be his wife. He may not put her
You can't
away.
put her away unless the father say. This part here says you may not put her away. It's another part that says, but if the father utterly be refused, meaning I don't care. The father is the only one that can say, no, I don't want him with her.
Right.
If he doesn't say that, he has to keep her as his wife. And that's messed up now. That's messed up. That's a messed up situation. Don't put the girl in a situation like that. She could have been with somebody better. You got the virginity now and you hate her. That's why a lot of look. What you want to do, baby? You want to go? You want to be with him? Or you want look. Parents, I don't care what's going on. The mother and the father have all jurisdiction. If my daughter don't want to go, she ain't going. That's why he asked her that in Genesis. Yo, he came heavy. Abraham was rich. He came heavy. He gave her brother's stuff. He ain't just see back then. Everybody get hit off. You don't just hit. Oh, she got 4 brothers, but I'm only cool with 3. He ain't getting none. They ain't do that, man. Listen, they don't do that. Israelites move like that now. I've seen it, and I've heard it. You can't do that. You want this female here? You got to show the family, man. Impress the family, man. That's why even out in the world, they say, hey, look, the meeting of the parents is a big thing. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Look, not your parents. Her parents. Yeah.
False accusations denotes hatred.
Yeah, that denotes hatred. If I bring up stuff on you, that's not true. And I know it's not true because he knows she was a virgin. He did it. And then got up and left and started talking, saying she wasn't. How can you do that knowing the blood is there?
Certain things in that book denotes hatred.
That's why they say they're going to grab that dude and chastise him.
Right.
Yeah, give him a work over. Time sheet.
And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him. And they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver.
And he gets charged. He got to pay 100 shekels of silver.
And give him unto the father of the damsel, because he had brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel. And she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days.
Right.
But if this thing be true,
but he went into her, no blood. She don't have no blood on her sin lot to take. That means it's been done before. Somebody was there already. The blood is somewhere else. He has all right to complain because you guaranteed me that I was getting a virgin. I got her from you, Father. It's like you're selling the car.
right?
I guarantee you, man, this thing here is under 100,000. But it's really a lemon. But I don't know it's a lemon. I don't know that she don't turn herself to a lemon. He said, but if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, meaning there wasn't nothing turned in, Tamshi.
Then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of the father's house.
All right, now, everything. Now, look, we at the gates of the city. But this guy says she wasn't a virgin. They said, so where's the tokens of virginity? We don't have that. He said, okay, well, look, we got to go all the way back to my house, the father's house. We go back into the city, okay? And go to the father's house. This is my house. This is the door to my house. She gets killed and stoned right here. He said, and the men of her city, shall stone her with stones that she die. So it's important for her to keep her legs closed. Well, not today now. They tell you, they promote it. Lose it. Wait, you still a virgin? The man, you still a virgin? You gotta get, man, I'm gonna have to get you some. Eat wickedness, loves wickedness. Okay? They look at it, that's a good thing. Oh, it's a good track record. Nah, man. You realize it, nah, man, good track record. Nah, man, we're going to fornicate my life away. So from here on in, we're going to do it like this now. And look, when you're famous for something that God don't like, and you stop, that's a good thing. That's very commendable before God. Before God. Because now, you want God to do this. I don't want man to do that.
Right.
Tongue Street.
In the middle of her city shall stone her with stones that she died. Because she had wrought folly in Israel, and played a whore in her father's house. So shalt thou put evil away from among you.
This is the thing, this is the type of thing that brings baby daddies and baby mamas. They live together, he don't call her his baby mama. He called her his wife. But they don't live together. That's his BM. That's how BM. Yo, it's not supposed to be this way, man. Some shit.
If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they both of them
Die.
Then they shall both of them die.
She's married. He ain't got no business laying with her. She ain't got no business. She don't have, look. Once you're married, you have no attention to no other man but your husband. For everything. Some shit.
Both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So
Both
shall
gotta
thou,
go.
so shall thou put away the evil from Israel.
Today, you gotta kill him. But you gonna kill? She the one that betrayed you, not him. He just came in your field. He just messed with your possession. She allowed it. The woman allows it. Okay? The woman allows it. Oh, but no. The man couldn't get in unless you open up the gates, baby. That's how it goes. You open up the gates, you're gonna let him in. And now you are accountable, God, to die with him. It said both of them died. Today, if you catch your woman married, sleep in your bed, you come home from work early, and she got Jody in the bed. You can't kill them now.
No.
You know that, right? God said kill them. So a lot of these death penalties you can't do now because you are going to jail. It's not going to work. You're not in the land no more. The law only matters to you. Let's remember that. This matters only to you. I don't care if it doesn't matter to everybody else. I don't care. Stokes, I don't care. I don't care. God ain't telling them. God want everybody to know. He gonna let everybody know. He ain't tell me tell everybody. He told me teach my children diligently. I did that. So I'm back to me now. They on their own. Back to me now. That's it. I don't care about the world. The world don't care about me or God. Why should I have so much care about the world? Tom sheet.
If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto an husband, and a man find her in the city, and lie with her, then you shall bring them both out of the gate of that city, and you shall stone them with stones that they die. The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he humbled his neighbor's wife.
Betrothed means to be engaged. Once you're engaged, you can't mess around no more. Engagement is the time that you've been promised to this man until the day of marriage, until the day he's ready to come and marry you. He don't come and get nothing. Y'all ain't doing it yet. You're betrothed. Betrothed means promised to. She's promised to him. When he said, well, look, man, let my daughter finish college. She got 2 more years to go. Let her finish college. You can have my daughter. But I don't want to wait. 2 months later, she's pregnant. College out the door.
Yeah.
College is gone. I'm a dishonorable dude. God don't like what I just did. And I sneaky linked it. I went behind the father's back. Because he said, wait. I didn't wait. So for me to do it, we had to do it without him knowing. So we can't do these things here. Tough shit.
So shalt thou put away evil from among you.
Mm-hmm.
But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and a man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die.
This is rape. He raped her. Tough shit.
But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man rise against his neighbor and slay him, even so
This
is this man.
God look at rape, a rape like me raping a woman. I might as well have killed somebody or murdered somebody. Yeah. He said, for as when a man rises against his neighbor, not just anybody, it's your neighbor, your brother, rise and slay him. He said, that's the same thing what you just did, man, when you did that to her. Don't you?
For he had found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried.
He found her in the field, in the field, in the woods, on the side road.
No matter
Not
how,
like the city.
no matter how many,
Ain't no cameras.
you ain't gonna be heard.
Ain't no old lady at the window. There is no window. Nobody lives out here. It's an open field. And they got the lurker. Grab her and rape her, man. He said.
But he found her in the field,
Uh-huh.
and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to
And
help
when she
her.
cried out, ain't nobody was there to help her because she in the field. Nobody can hear you in the field. So she.
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found.
Now, if a man find a damsel, she's a virgin, but she's not betrothed. She's not engaged.
Mm-hmm.
She's not married. She's not engaged. How she? He said, and he, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found.
Then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he had humbled her. He may not put her away all his days.
This is a situation where the father didn't get it. He found the damsel. He ran into her. That's a virgin, which is not betrothed. Because the father gave it to her. Because the father's the one that set up the betrothed, the engagement. But there was no betrothed, no engagement. Father's not involved in this. I ran down on her. Okay? And I grabbed her up, laid her down, said, yo, come on, let's go over here. Boom, we did our thing. He said, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, because she's damaged goods now. She may not get married in Israel no more. Nobody don't want that. He said, because he had humbled her. Humbled her. You know what that means? She's still in love with him. Do you understand what that means? She's still in love with him because it's the only man she knows. Yeah, he took you, didn't get it from the father. This one. You got to pay up and you got to keep her because you humbled her. You're just going to give it up to you, and you're just going to take it, and that's it. What Tamar said, you took it, it's yours. Now you want to kick me out? This is worse than what you did. Not owning what you took for yourself is worse than taking it. It's worse than the rape. You raped me. I'm yours. I was a virgin. No good. Tom Sheep.
A man shall not take his father's wife,
No,
nor discover his father's
so
son.
you know that happened. Reuben did that.
Right.
See, all these laws got to get put in here because of the wickedness of man. Dude looking at it, you looking at his father's wife because the man has more than one woman. He's not looking at his mother. Okay? When it says father's wife, he ain't talking about that guy's mother. Because men had more than one here. All godly men, godly women didn't have a problem with that. It is to make the families bigger, stronger, and keep more men and women coming so this thing can keep going after we die. When we die, okay, it's going to stop. Men ain't having kids as fast as they are. The woman ain't healthy enough to have. You're not healthy enough to have a whole bunch of kids with me. You might die having one. The generations is done. It's cut off. Put it in their head that the man can't have no more, or you can only have one woman. And put it in their head now to have more than one man. As they stop us and my stifle men, the women are opening up and cracking open a new dish. I'm telling you, they thinking like the men, and the men thinking like women. The roles have been changed. Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
I saw you. Look like you was